Welcome to Classics on Twitch. Today the players present a performance of Shakespeare's Henry V. Written around 1599, the play focuses on the events leading up to the Battle of Agincourt and the immediate aftermath. One of Shakespeare's most famous history plays, Henry V asks questions of leadership, national pride, and how a playboy prince can become one of the most charismatic kings of England. The stage is set. The players are ready. Let us join them in London for Henry V.
Welcome to Classics on Twitch, and today we have the wonderful performance of Henry V as we enjoy ourselves and get to have all of the fun of drama and heartbreak and everything in between. But we're going to go around so everyone can introduce themselves, and I can bring my camera. And let everyone say who they are, what's going on, and we'll figure it out. So first up, starting with Kat. Good morning, Kat. Thank you again for being here.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. We talked about this. This is one of my favorite plays of all time, regardless of authors. And my second favorite is Shakespeare's, but it speaks to me on so many levels, and it's been a favorite since high school. And thank you for having me to let me be a part of actually getting a chance to perform this play, something that would never have happened before in my life or ever again. I appreciate it.
Well, I'm glad you can come and join us, and we can give you an opportunity to participate in your favorite play. I support this, all of it. Next up, Jim. How you doing this morning? Thank you.
Greetings. Oh, thank you. This is awesome. I like Henry V. I'm very pleased to get an opportunity to dive in and play however many characters you would like me to.
I mean, we're probably going to hand you a bunch of people so you can talk to yourself again.
Sure.
We love it. Thanks, Jim.
I mean, one must keep up one's brand.
Exactly. Multiple brands. All the brands. And next up, hey, Simon. Good morning.
Hey. Hi, everyone. I have good news. I just learned that today was National Horny Day. It has nothing to do with the play. But it's pretty cool. I'm Simon. At Wandering DM. I'll be playing Henry V. If you didn't see The Crown. He's a Burger King employee who stole a cardboard crown from the kids section and has been impersonating the King of England for the whole play. So, with that in mind, yep. Hi.
I needed this morning. It's Thursday, isn't it, guys? It's Thursday. Thanks, Simon. We're giving you all the Plantagenet Kings from now on. Hey, Shauna. Good morning. How you doing? Thanks for being here.
Oh yeah. Good morning. Just happy to be here and get to read some plays and try to remember to talk every day because it's been isolation and I'm by myself.
Yes. We support Shauna talking to people and enjoying herself. But also, I'm going to say this now because it'll come up later. Thank you again for the beautiful, beautiful art that we have for Dragon Age later tonight because it's gorgeous and I love it.
Oh, thank you.
And then last but certainly not least, Adelaide. Thank you this morning. We can't hear you because...
shit.
Oh, now we can.
Okay,
but...
that's weird. I don't know what happened. Nothing should be going wrong. I'm Adelaide Gardner, Adelaide on Twitter, and I also love Henry V. Performed it in high school, so it's been a while, but I'm excited. Also, I like plays in general.
All good things
Acting.
All the good things that are important to do here today. I'm missing someone. But hi all, welcome. This is a wonderful my channel. I'm at Deirdre Donlan on Twitter, or Practical Thesmophoria. Hi, welcome. And today we have our wonderful group of friends doing Henry V. And so we like to get through the important things first. Number one, we like to make sure that everyone is on the same page as we perform these, and that no one is using different editions or anything like that. And we also recognize that sometimes it's hard to follow, and we want everyone to be able to follow along at home. So we have the command, and this is the script that we are using from our dear friends over at Open Source Shakespeare. It is a wonderful resource to use. They have all of the Shakespeare plays. It is a great tool. We also recognize that there are a shit ton of characters, and they all have weird names sometimes. So we want to make sure that everyone knows who they are. And for that, we have a command for character. For our where we use our get help from our dear friends over at SparkNotes. They are another great resource. But remember, this is where I put my teacher's hat on and say, hey students, SparkNotes is great, use it, but don't be your only resource, because your teacher will know if that's the only source you have. We also acknowledge that this is a complete unabridged edition of the play. And while Bill Shakespeare is a wonderful writer, and he gives us some of the most moving speeches of all time, and in fact Henry gets to have a few of them in this play, great orator that he was, there are still times where the word choice or concepts are very much a product of their time and place and who they were, so we like to make sure we thank Bill for his less than stellar every things. And always remember, when in doubt, it's Iago's fault. We're not sure how, but somehow it's Iago's fault. And with that, I believe we have covered all of the most important of things, and if there are no further questions, comments, queries, thoughts, concerns, quandaries, fears, and or inquiries, let us dive in to the beginning of the history of Henry V with the prologue on a blank stage presented by the chorus.
Oh, for a muse of fire that would ascend the brightest heaven of invention, a kingdom for a stage, princes to act and monarchs to behold the swelling scene. Then should the warlike Harry, like himself, assume the port of Mars, and at his heels, leashed in like hounds, should famine, sword, and fire crouch for employment. But pardon, and gentles all, the flat, unraised spirits that have dared on this unworthy scaffold to bring forth so great an object. Can this cockpit hold the vastly fields of France? Or may we cram within this wooden oath the very casks that did affright the air at Agincourt? Oh, pardon, since a crooked figure may attest in little place a million, and let us, ciphers to the great account, on your imaginary forces work. Suppose within the girdle of these walls are now confined two mighty monarchs, whose high upreared and abutting fronts the perilous narrow ocean parts asunder. Piece out our imperfections with your thoughts. Into 1,000 parts divide on man and make imaginary puissance. Think then we talk of horses, that you see them printing their proud hoofs in the receiving earth, for 'tis your thoughts that now must deck our kings. Carry them here and there, jumping o'er times, turning the accomplishments of many years into an hourglass. For the which supply admit me chorus to this history, who prologue like your humble patience pray, gently to hear, kindly to judge our play.
Act 1, Scene 1, London. An antechamber in the King's Palace. Enter the Archbishop of Canterbury and Bishop Early.
My lord, I'll tell you, that self-bill is urged, which in the 11th year of the last king's reign was like and had indeed against us passed, but that the scambling and unquiet time did push it out of farther question.
Ah, there we go. Ah, but how, my lord, shall we resist it now?
It must be thought on. If it pass against us, we lose the better half of our possession, for all the temporal lands which men devout by testament have given to the church would they strip from us, being valued thus, as much as would maintain to the king's honor full 15 earls and 1,500 knights, 6,200 good esquires, and to relief of lazars and weak age, of indulgent faint souls past corporal toil, 100 almshouses right well supplied, and to the coffers of the king beside, 1,000 pounds by the year. Thus runs the bill.
This would drink deep.
Twould drink the cup and all.
But what prevention?
The king is full of grace and fair regard,
and true lover of the Holy Church.
The courses of his youth promised it not. The breath no sooner left his father's body, but that his wildness mortified in him seemed to die too. Yea, at that very moment, consideration, like an angel, came and whipped the offending Adam out of him, leaving his body as a paradise, to envelop and contain celestial spirits. Never was such a sudden scholar made. Never came reformation in a flood with such a heady currents, scouring faults, nor never hydra-headed willfulness so soon did lose his seat, and all at once, as in his king.
We are blessed in this change.
Hear him but reason in divinity, and all admiring with an inward wish, you would desire the king were made a prelate. Hear him debate of commonwealth affairs, you would say it hath been all in all his study. List his discourse of war, and you shall hear a fearful battle rendered you in music. Turn him to any cause of policy, the Gordian knot of it he will unloose. Familiar as his garter, that when he speaks, that air a chartered libertine is still, and the mute wonder lurketh in men's ears, to steal his sweet and honeyed sentences, so that the art and practic part of life must be the mistress to this theoric. Which is a wonder how his grace should glean it, since his addiction was to courses vain, his companies unlettered, rude, and shallow, his hours filled up with riots, banquets, sports, and never noted in him any study, any retirement, any sequestration from open haunts and popularity.
Strawberry grows underneath the nettle, and wholesome berries thrive and ripen best, neighbored by fruit of baser quality. And so the prince obscured his contemplation under the veil of wilderness, which no doubt grew like the summer grass, fastest by night, unseen yet crescent in his faculties.
It must be so, for miracles have ceased, and therefore we must needs admit the means how things are perfected.
But, my good lord, how now for mitigation of this bill urged by the commons? Doth his majesty incline to it, or no?
He seems indifferent, or rather swaying more upon our part than cherishing the exhibitors against us. For I have made an offer to his majesty upon our spiritual convocation, and in regard of causes now in hand, which I have opened to his grace at large, as touching France, to give a greater sum than ever at one time the clergy yet did to his predecessors part withal.
How did this offer seem received, my lord?
With good acceptance of his majesty, save that there was not time enough to hear, as I perceived his grace would fain have done, the severals and unhidden passages of his true titles to some certain dukedoms, and generally to the crown and seat of France, derived from Edward, his great-grandfather.
What was the impediment that broke this off?
The French ambassador upon that instant craved audience, and the hour, I think, is come to give him hearing. Is it 4 o'clock?
It is.
And then we go in to know his embassy, which I could with a ready guess declare before the Frenchmen speak a word of it.
I'll wait upon you, and I long to hear it.
Excellent.
Act 1, Scene 2. The same. The presence chamber. Enter King Henry V, Gloucester, Bedford, Exeter, Warwick, Westmoreland, and a shit ton of attendants.
Where is my gracious Lord of Canterbury? No, seriously, where is my gracious Lord of Canterbury?
I don't know. The Duke of Exeter might know, though.
Can you not hear me?
No.
Oh, now we can.
Now we can.
Okay, something's going on. My microphone has been on the whole time. He's not here in presence.
Send for him, good uncle.
Shall we call in the ambassador, my liege?
Not yet, my cousin. We would be resolved before we hear him of some things of weight that tasks our thoughts concerning us and France.
Enter the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Bishop of Ely. God and his angels guard your sacred throne and make you long become it.
Sure. We thank you. My learned lord, we pray you to proceed and justly and religiously unfold why the law Salique that they have in France, or should not, bar us in our claim. And God forbid, my dear and faithful lord, that you should fashion, rest, or bow your reading, or nicely charge your understanding soul with opening titles miscreate, whose right suits not in native colors with the truth. For God doth know how many now in health shall drop their blood in approbation of what your reverence shall incite to us. Therefore, take heed how you impugn our person, how you awake our sleeping sword of war. We charge you, in the name of God, take heed. For never two such kingdoms did contend without much fall of blood, whose guiltless drops as are every one a woe, a sore complaint against him whose wrong gives edge unto the swords that make such waste in brief mortality. Under this conjuration, speak, my lord, for we will hear, note and believe in heart that what you speak is in your conscience washed as pure as sin with baptism.
Then hear me, gracious sovereign, and you peers, that owe yourselves your lives and services to this imperial throne. There is no bar to make against your highness's claim to France, but this, which they produced from Pharamond. In terem salicam mulieres ne succedant. No woman shall succeed in Salic land. Which Salic land the French unjustly glows to be the realm of France, and Pharamond the founder of this law and female bar. Yet their own authors faithfully affirm that the land Salic is in Germany, between the floods of Sala and Elbe, where Charles the Great, having subdued the Saxons, there left behind and settled certain French, who, holding in disdain the German women for some dishonest manners of their life, established then this law, to it, no female should be inheritrix in Salic land, which Salic, as I said, twixt Elbe and Sala, is at this day in Germany called Meissen. Then doth it well appear that Salic law was not devised for the realm of France, nor did the French possess the Salic land until 420 years after destruction of King Pharamond, idly supposed the founder of this law, who died within the year of our redemption 426, and Charles the Great subdued the Saxons and did seat the French beyond the river Sala in the year 805. Besides, their writers say King Pepin, which disposed Childeric, did as heir general, being descended of Blithild, which was daughter to King Clothair, make claim and title to the crown of France. Hugh Capet also, who usurped the crown of Charles the Duke of Lorraine, sole heir male of the true line and stock of Charles the Great, to find his title with some shows of truth, though in poor truth it was corrupt and not, conveyed himself as heir to the Lady Lingier, daughter of Charlemagne, who was the son to Louis the Emperor, and Louis the son of Charles the Great. Also King Louis X, who was sole heir to the usurper Capet, could not keep quiet in his conscience, wearing the crown of France, till satisfied that fair Queen Isabel, his grandmother, was lineal of the Lady Ermengarde, daughter to Charles the aforesaid Duke of Lorraine, by the which marriage the line of Charles the Great was reunited to the crown of France. So that, as clear as the summer's sun. King Pepin's title and Hugh Capet's claim, King Louis's satisfaction, all appear to hold in right and title of the female. So do the kings of France unto this day. Howbeit they would hold up to this silly law to bar your highness claiming from the female, and rather choose to hide them in a net than amply to embar their crooked titles usurped from you and your progenitors. At least that's what the Wikipedia article says.
May I, with right and conscience, make this claim?
The sin upon my head, dread sovereign. For in the book of Numbers it is writ, when the man dies, let the inheritance descend unto the daughter. Gracious Lord, stand for your own, unwind your bloody flag. Look back into your mighty ancestors. Go, my dread Lord, to your great-grandsire's tomb, from whom you claim. Invoke his warlike spirit, and your great-uncle's, Edward the Black Prince, who on the French ground played a tragedy, making defeat on the full power of France, whilst his most mighty father on a hill stood smiling to behold his lion's whelp forage in blood of French nobility. O noble English, that could entertain with half their forces the full pride of France, and not another half stand laughing by, all out of work and cold for action.
Awake remembrance of these valiant dead, and with your puissant arms renew their feats. You are their heir, you sit upon their throne. The blood and courage that renown them run in your veins. And my thrice puissant liege, it is very Maymorn of his youth, ripe with exploits and mighty enterprises.
That's me. Sorry, I just got an invoice for $10,000, so that's not correct. Your brother kings and monarchs of the earth do all expect that you should rouse yourself, as did the former lions of your blood.
They know your grace hath cause and means and might. So hath your highness, never king of England, had nobles richer and more loyal subjects, whose hearts have left their bodies here in England and lie pavilioned in the fields of France.
Oh, let their bodies follow, my dear liege, with blood and sword and fire to win your right. In aid whereof we of the spirituality will raise your highness such a mighty sum as never did the clergy at one time bring into any of your ancestors.
We must not only arm to invade the French, but lay down our proportions to defend against the Scot who will make road upon us with all advantages.
They of those marches, gracious sovereign, shall be a wall sufficient to defend our inland from the pilfering borderers.
We do not mean the coursing snatchers only, but fear the main intendment of the Scot, who hath been still a giddy neighbor to us. For you shall read that my great-grandfather never went with his forces into France, but that the Scot of his unfurnished kingdom came pouring like the tide unto a beach, with ample and brim fullness in his force, galling the glean land with his hot assays, girding with grievous siege castles and towns, that England, being empty of defence, hath shook and trembled at the ill neighborhood.
She hath been then more feared than harmed, my liege. For hear her but exampled by herself, when all her chivalry hath been in France, and she a mourning widow of her nobles, she hath herself not only well defended, but taken and impounded as a stray the King of Scots, whom she did send to France to fill King Edward's fame with prisoner kings, and make her chronicle as rich with praise as is the ooze and bottom of the sea with sunken wreck and sunless treasuries.
But there's a saying very old and true. If that you will France win, then with Scotland first begin. For once the England being in prey to her unguarded nest, the weasel Scot comes sneaking in, so sucks her princely eggs, playing the mouse in absence of the cat, to tear and havoc more than she can eat.
It follows then that the cat must stay at home, yet that is but a crushed necessity, since we have locks to safeguard necessaries, and pretty traps to catch the petty thieves. While the armed hand doth fight broad, the advised head defends itself at home, for government, though high and low and lower, put into parts, doth keep in one consent, congreeing in a full and natural close, like music.
Therefore doth heaven divide the state of man in diverse functions, setting endeavor in continual motion, to which is fixed, as an aim or but, obedience. For so work the honeybees, creatures that by rule in nature teach the act of order to a peopled kingdom. They have a king and officers of sorts, where some like magistrates correct at home, others like merchants venture trade abroad, others like soldiers armed in their stings, make boot upon the summer's velvet buds, which pillage they with merry march bring home to the tent royal of their emperor. who, busied in his majesty, surveys the singing masons building roofs of gold, the civil citizens kneading up the honey, the poor mechanic porters crowding in their heavy burdens at his narrow gate, the sad-eyed justice with his surly hum, delivering ore to executors pale, the lazy yawning drone. I this infer that many things, having full reference to one consent, may work contrariously, as many arrows, loosed several ways, come to one mark. As many ways meet in one town, as many fresh streams meet in one salt sea, as many lines close in the dial's center, so may 1,000 actions, once afoot, end in one purpose, and be all well born without defeat. Therefore to France, my liege, divide your happy England into 4, whereof take you 1 quarter into France, and you withal shall make all Gallia shake. If we, with thrice such powers left at home, cannot defend our own doors from the dog, let us be worried, and our own nation lose the name of hardiness and policy.
Call in the messengers sent from the Dauphin. Now, are we well resolved, and by God's help and yours, the noble sinews of our power, France being ours, will bend it to our awe, or break it all to pieces. Or there will sit, ruling in large and ample empery over France and all our almost kingly dukedoms, or ladies' bones in an unworthy urn, tombless, with no remembrance over them. Either our history shall with full mouth speak freely of our acts, or else our grave, like Turkish mute, shall have a tongueless mouth, not worshipped with a waxen epitaph.
Enter the ambassadors of France.
Now are we well prepared to know the pleasure of our fair cousin Dauphin, for we hear your greetings is from him, not from the king.
May it please your majesty to give us leave freely to render what we have in charge, or shall we sparingly show you off the Dauphin's meaning and our embassy?
We are no tyrant, but a Christian king, unto whose grace our passion is as subject as our wretches fettered in our prisons. Therefore, with frank and with uncurbed plainness, tell us the Dauphin's mind.
Thus then, in few, your highness lately sent to France did claim some certain dukedoms in the right of your great predecessor King Edward III. In answer of which claim, the prince, our master, says that you savor too much of your youth, and bids you be advised there's not in France, that can be with the nimble galliard one. You cannot revel into dukedoms there. He therefore sends you, meter for your spirit, this term of treasure, and in lieu of this, desires you let the dukedoms that you claim hear no more of you. This the Dauphin speaks.
What treasure, uncle?
Tennis balls, my liege. Did you not hear
Off with
yours?
their heads.
Did my microphone come on again?
No,
We got it.
heard you.
Okay, just checking.
I was stunned by the fact that I was sent tennis balls. Also needed
Large
to scroll
ones,
down the page.
sir.
Large ones.
Mhm.
So French balls, basically.
Yellow and fuzzy?
I mean, nah, the French
Welcome,
manscape, even at the
Zine,
time.
my liege.
Yes. We are glad that Dauphin is so pleasant with us. His present in your pains we thank you for. When we have marched our rackets to these balls, we will, in France, by God's grace, play a set. Shall strike his father's crown into the hazard. Tell him he hath made a match with such a wrangler that all the courts of France will be disturbed with chases. And we understand him well, how he comes over us with our wilder ways, not measuring what use we made of them. We never valued this poor seat of England. And therefore, living hence, did give ourselves to barbarous license, is this ever common that men are merriest when they are far from home. But tell the Dauphin I will keep my state, be like a king, and show my sail of greatness when I rouse me in my throne of France. For that I have laid by my majesty, and plodded like a man for working days, but I will rise there with so full of glory that I will dazzle all the eyes of France. Yea, strike the Dauphin blind to look on us. Hath turned his balls to gunstones, and his soul shall stand sword charged for the wasteful vengeance that shall fly with them. For many a thousand widows shall this mock out of their dear husbands, mock mothers from their sons, mock castles down, and some are yet ungotten and unborn, that shall have cause to curse the Dauphin's scorn. But this lies within all the will of God, to whom I do appeal, and in whose name tell you the Dauphin I am coming on, to venge me as I may, and to put forth my rightful hand in a well-hallowed cause. So get you hence in peace, and tell the Dauphin his jest will savor but shallow of wit. When thousands weep more than you did laugh at it, convey them with safe conduct. Fare you well.
Exit, ambassadors.
Got a message?
We hope to make the sender blush at it. Therefore, my lords, omit no happy hour that may give furtherance to our expedition, for we have now no thought in us but friends, save those to God that run before our business. Therefore, let our proportions for these wars be soon collected, and all things thought upon that may with reasonable swiftness add more feathers to our wings. For God before will chide this Dauphin at his father's door. Therefore, let every man now task his thought of that this fair action may on foot be brought. I have a lot of trouble in readings this morning. Brr.
Enter the chorus and a blank stage again.
It was going to happen at some point. Now all the youth of England are on fire, and silken dalliance in the wardrobe lies. Now thrive the armorers, and honor's thought reigns solely in the breast of every man. They sell the pasture now to buy the horse, following the mirror of all Christian kings with winged heels as English Mercuries. For now sits expectation in the air, and hides a sword from hilts unto the point, with crowns imperial, crowns and coronets promised to Harry and his followers. The French, advised by good intelligence of this most dreadful preparation, shake in their fear, and with pale policy seek to divert the English purposes. O England, model to thy inward greatness, like little body with a mighty heart, what mightst thou do that honor would thee do, were all thy children kind and natural? But see thy fault. France hath found thee out, a nest of hollow bosoms, which he fills with treacherous crowns, and 3 corrupted men, one Richard, Earl of Cambridge, and the second Henry, Lord Scroop of Masham, and the third Sir Thomas Grey, Knight of Northumberland, have for the guilt of France, oh, guilt indeed, confirmed conspiracy with fearful France, and by their hands this grace of kings must die, if hell and treason hold their promises ere he takes ship for France and in Southampton. Linger your patience on, and we'll digest the abuse of distance. Force a play, the sum is paid, the traitors are agreed. The king is set from London, and the scene is now transported, gentles, to Southampton. There is the playhouse now that you must sit, and thence to France shall we convey you safe and bring you back, charming the narrow seas to give you gentle pass. For, if we may, we'll not offend one stomach with our play, but till the king come forth, and not till then unto Southampton do we shift our scene.
Act 2, Scene 1, London, a street. Enter Corporal Nim and Lieutenant Bardolph.
What? Corporal Nim? Nim?
Tomorrow, Lieutenant Bardolph.
What, are Ancient Pistol and you friends yet?
For my part, I care not. I say little, but when time shall serve, there shall be smiles. But that shall be as it may. I dare not fight, but I will wink and hold out mine iron. It is a simple one, but what though? It will toast cheese, and it will endure cold as another man's sword will, and there is an end.
I will bestow a breakfast to make you friends, and we'll all three be sworn brothers to France. Let it be so, good Corporal Nim.
Faith, I will live as long as I may, and that's the certain of it. And when I cannot live any longer, I will do as I may. That is my rest, and that is the rendezvous of it.
It is certain, Corporal, that he is married to Nell Quickly, and certainly she did do you wrong, for you were troth plight to her.
I cannot tell. Things may be as they may, men may sleep, and they may have their throats about them at that time, and some say knives have edges. It must be as it may, though patience be a tired mare, yet she will plod. There must be conclusions. Well, I cannot tell.
Enter Pistol and Hostess. Here comes Ancient Pistol and his wife. Good Corporal, be patient here. How now, mine host Pistol?
Base tight, call thou me host. Now by this hand I swear I scorn the term, nor shall my Nell keep lodges.
No, by my troth, not long, for we cannot lodge and board a dozen or 14 gentlewomen that live honestly by the prick of their needles, but it will be thought we keep a body house straight. Oh, well a day, lady, if he be not drawn now, we shall see wilful adultery and murder committed.
Good Lieutenant, good Corporal, offer nothing here.
Pish!
Pish for the Iceland dog, thou prick-eared cur of Iceland.
Good Corporal Nim, show thy valour and put up your sword.
Will he shut off? I would you have your solace.
Solace? Egregious dog, O viper vile, the solace in thy most marvellous face, the solace in thy teeth and in thy throat, and in thy hateful lungs, yea, in thy maw purdy, and which is worse, within thy nasty mouth. I do retort the solace in thy bowels, for I can take and pistol's cock is up, and flash and fire will follow.
I am not a barber's son. You cannot conjure me. I have a humor to knock you indifferently well. If you go foul with me, Pistol, I will scour you with my rapier as I may in fair terms. If you would walk off, I would pick your guts a little and in good terms as I may. And that's the humor of it.
Oh, braggart, vile and damned furious wight! The grave doth gape and doting death is near, therefore exhale.
Hear me what I say. He that strikes the first stroke, I'll run him up to the hilts, as I am a soldier.
Draws.
An oath of mickle might and fury shall abate. Give me thy fist, thy forefoot to me give. Thy spirits are most tall.
I will cut thy throat one time or another in fair terms. That is the humor of it.
Couple a gorge, that is the word. I thee defy again. O hound of Crete, think'st thou my spouse to get? No, to the spittle go. And from the powdering tub of infamy, fetch forth the Lazar kite of Cressid's kind. Dull tear-sheet she by name and her espouse. I have, and I will hold, the quondam quickly for the only she. And Parker, there's enough. Go to.
And
Mine
a
host-
boy.
Mine host Pistol, you must come to my master, and you, hostess, he is very sick and would be bad. Good Bardolph, put thy face between his sheets and do the office of a warming pan. Faith, he's very ill.
Away, you rogue!
By my troth, he'll eat the crow of pudding one of these days. The king has killed his heart. Good husband, come home presently.
Excellent hosts, boy.
Shall I make you two friends? We must to France together. Why the devil should we keep knives to cut one another's throats?
Let floods o'erswell and fiends for foul howl on.
You'll pay me the 8 shillings I won from you at betting?
Base is the slave that pays.
That now I will have. That's the humor of it.
As manhood shall compound, push home. They draw.
By this sword, he that makes the first thrust, I'll kill him. By this sword I will.
Sword is an oath, and oaths must have their course.
Corporal Nim, and thou wilt be friends, be friends. If thou wilt not, why then, be enemies with me too. Prithee, put up.
I shall have my 8 shillings I want at your betting.
A noble shalt thou have, and present pay, and liquor likewise will I give to thee, and friendship shall combine, and brotherhood. I'll live by Nim, and Nim shall live by me. Is this not just? For I shall sutler be unto the camp, and profits will accrue. Give me thy hand.
I shall have my noble.
In cash most justly paid.
Well, then, that's the humor of it.
Ever you came of women, come in quickly to Sir John. Oh, poor heart, he is so shaked of a burning quoted tertian that it is most lamentable to behold. Sweet man, come to him.
The king hath run bad humors on the night. That's the even of it.
Nim thou spoke the right. His heart is fractured and corroborate.
The king is a good king, but it must be as it may. He passes some humors and careers.
Let us condole the night. For lambkins we will live.
Okay. Sorry, it froze. Act 2, Scene 2. Southampton, a council chamber. Enter the Exeter, Bedford, Westmoreland.
Oh God, his grace is bold to trust these traitors.
They shall be apprehended by and by.
Oh, smooth, and even they do bear themselves, as if allegiance in their bosom sat, crowned with faith and constant loyalty. The king hath note of all that they intend, by interception which they dream not of.
Nay, but the man that was his bedfellow, whom he hath doled and cloyed with gracious favours, that he should for foreign purse so sell his sovereign's life to death and treachery.
Enter King Henry V, Lord Scroop, Cambridge, Grey, and more attendants.
Sorry, the king is having a bit of an issue right now. Now, sits the wind fair, and we will aboard. My lord of Cambridge, and my king lord of Masham, and you, my gentle knight, give me your thoughts. Think you not that the powers we bear with us will cut their passage through the force of France, doing the execution in the act for which we have in head assembled them?
No doubt, my liege, if each man do his best.
I doubt not that. Since we are well persuaded, we carry not a heart with us from hence that grows not in a fair consent with ours, nor leave not one behind that doth not wish success and conquest to attend on us.
Never was monarch better feared and loved than is your majesty. They're not, I think, a subject that sits in heart grief and uneasiness under the sweet shade of your government.
True. Those that were your father's enemies have steeped the galls in honey and do serve you with hearts great of duty and of zeal.
We therefore have great cause of thankfulness, and shall forget the office of our hand sooner than quittance of desert and merit, according to the weight and worthiness.
So service shall with steepled sinews toil, and labour like shall refresh itself with hope, to do your grace incessant services.
We judge no less. Uncle of Exeter, enlarged a man committed yesterday that railed against our person. We consider it was excess of wine that set him on, and on his more advice we pardon him.
That's mercy, but too much security. Let him be punished, sovereign, lest example breed by his sufferance more of such a kind.
Oh, let us yet be merciful.
So may your highness, and yet punish too.
Sir, you show great mercy, if you give him life after the taste of much correction.
Alas, you're too much love and care of me, and heavy orisons against this poor wretch. if little faults proceed on distemper shall not be winked at, how shall we stretch our eye when capital crimes, chewed, swallowed, and digested, appear before us? We'll yet enlarge that men through Cambridge, Scroop, and Grey, in their dear care and tender preservation of our person, would have him punished. And now to our French causes. Who are the late commissioners?
I won, my lord. Your highness bade me ask for it today.
So did you me, my liege.
And I, my royal sovereign.
Then, Richard, Earl of Cambridge, there is yours. There, yours, Lord Scroop of Masham, and Sir Knight, Grey of Northumberland, the same is yours. Read them, and know, I know your worthiness. My Lord of Westmoreland and Uncle Exeter, we will aboard tonight. Why, how now, gentlemen? What see you in those papers that you lose so much complexion? Look ye how they change. Cat, you're gonna fall. Their cheeks are paper. Why, what read you there that hath so coward and chased your blood out of appearance?
I do confess my fault, and do submit me to your highness's mercy.
To which we all appeal.
The mercy that was quick in us, but late by our own counsel, by your own counsel, is suppressed and killed. Well, that's a wall of text. You must not dare for shame to talk of mercy, for your own reasons turn into your bosoms as dogs upon their masters, worrying you. See you, my princes and my noble peers, these English monsters. My Lord of Cambridge here, you know how apt our love was to accord to furnish him with all our appurtenance belonging to his honor, and that this man hath, for a light few crowns, lightly conspired and sworn unto the practices of friends to kill us here in Empton. To the which, this night, no less for bounty bound to us than Cambridge is, hath likewise sworn. But oh, what shall I say to thee, Lord Scroop? Thou cruel, ingrateful, savage, and inhuman creature! Thou that didst bear the key of all my counsels, that knewest the very bottom of my soul, that almost mightst have coined me into gold, wouldst thou have practiced on me for thy use, may it be possible that foreign hire could out of thee extract one spark of evil that might annoy my finger? 'Tis so strange that through the thought... Where am I? Cat hair everywhere.
Late 730s.
Yeah. Good. That might annoy my finger. 'Tis so strange that, though the truth of it stands off as gross as black and white, my eye will scarcely see it. Treason and murder ever kept together as two yoked devils sworn to either's purpose, working so grossly in a natural cause that admiration did not whoop at them. But thou, 'gainst all proportion, didst bring in wonder to wait on treason and on murder. And whatsoever cunning fiend it was that wrought upon thee so preposterously hath got the voice in hell for excellence. All other devils that suggest by treasons do botch and bungle up damnation with patches, colors, and with forms being fetched from glistering semblances of piety. But he that tempered thee bade thee stand up, gave thee no instance why thou shouldst do treason, unless to dub thee with the name of traitor. If that same demon that had gulled thee thus should with his lion guide walk the whole world, he might return to Vasty Tartar back. And tell the legions, I can never win a soul so easy as that Englishman. Oh, how hast thou with jealousy infected the sweetness of affiance? Show men dutiful? Why, so this thou, seem they grave and learned? Why, so this thou. Come they of noble family? Why, so this thou. Seem they religious? Why, so this thou. Or are they spare in diet, free from gross passion or of mirth or anger, constant in spirit, not swerving with the blood, garnished and decked in modest compliment, not working with the eye without the ear, and but in purged judgment trusting neither? Such and so finely bolted did thou seem, and thus thy fall hath left a kind of blot to mark the full-fraught men, and best imbued with some suspicion. I will weep for thee, for this revolt of thine, methinks, is like another fall of man. Their faults are open. Arrest them to the answer of the law, and God acquit them of their practices.
I arrest thee of high treason by the name of Richard, Earl of Cambridge. I arrest thee of high treason by the name of Henry, Lord Scroop of Masham. I arrest thee of high treason by the name Thomas Grey, Knight of Northumberland.
Our purposes God justly hath discovered. I repent my fault more than my death, which I beseech your highness to forgive, although my body pay the price for it.
For me, the gold of France did not seduce, although I did admit it as a motive that the sooner to effect what I intended. But God be thanked for prevention, which I in sufferance heartily will rejoice, beseeching God and you to pardon me.
Never did a faithful subject more rejoice at the discovery of most dangerous treason than I do at this hour joy of myself. Prevented from a damned enterprise, my fault, but not my body, pardon sovereign.
Just give me a moment, noble subjects. I am covered in cat hair.
Treason, no.
This was the worst. Lock this kitty up in the Tower of London.
I arrest thee of high treason, Kitty.
God quit you in his mercy. Hear your sentence. You have conspired against our royal person, joined with an enemy proclaimed, and from his coffers received the golden earnest of our death, wherein you would have sold your king to slaughter, his princes and his peers to servitude, his subjects to oppression and contempt, and his whole kingdom into desolation. Touching our persons seek we no revenge, but we our kingdom's safety must so tender, whose ruin you have sought, that to her laws we do deliver you. Get you therefore hence, poor miserable wretches, to your death. The taste whereof God of his mercy give you patience to endure in true repentance of all your dear offenses. All of your dear offenses. Oof. Having trouble. Bear them hence.
Exwick, Cambridge, Scroop, and Grey. Guarded.
Now, lords, for France, the enterprise whereof shall be to you, as us, like glorious. We graciously had brought to light this dangerous treason lurking in our way, to hinder our beginnings. We doubt not now, but every rub is smoothed on our way. Then forth, dear countrymen, let us deliver our puissance into the hand of God, putting it straight in expedition. Cheerly to see, the signs of war advance. No king of England, if not king of France.
Act 2, Scene 3. London. Before a tavern. Enter Pistol, Hostess, Nym, Bardolph, and a boy.
Prithee, honey, sweet husband, let me bring thee the stains.
No, for my manly heart doth yearn. Bardolph be blithe, Nym rouse thy vaunting veins. Boy, bristle thy courage up. For Falstaff, he is dead, and we must yearn therefore.
Would I were with him, wheresoe'er he is, either in heaven or in hell.
Nay, sure, he's not in hell, he's in Arthur's bosom. If ever a man went to Arthur's bosom and made a finer end and went away, and it had been any Christian child, apparted even just between 12 and 1, even at the turning of the tide. For after I saw him fumble with the sheets and play with the flowers and smile upon his fingers' ends, I knew that there was but one way, for his nose was as sharp as a pen, and it babbled of green fields. How now, Sir John, quoth I, what man? Be all good cheer. So it cried out, God, 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 3 or 4 times. Now I comforted him, bid him not think of God. I hoped there was no need to trouble himself with any such thoughts yet. So he bade me lay more clothes on his feet. I put my hand into the bed and felt them. They were as cold as any stone. Then I felt to his knees, and they were as cold as any stone. And so upward and upward, and all was cold as any stone.
They say he cried out of sack.
Aye, that he did.
And of women.
They that it did not. Yes, that it did, and said they were devils incarnate. I could never but buy carnation. 'Twas a color he never liked. They said once the devil would have him about women. I did in some sort, indeed, handle women. But then he was rheumatic and talked of the whole of Babylon. Do you not remember seeing a flea stick upon Bardolph's note, and said it was a black soul burning in hellfire?
Well, the fuel is gone that maintained that fire. That's all the riches I got in his service.
Shall we, Shug? The king will be gone from Southampton.
Sorry, still recovering from the shog. Come, let's away. My love, give me thy lips. Look to my chattels and my movables. Let senses rule. The word is pitch and pay. Trust none. For oaths are straws, men's faiths are wafer cakes. And hold fast is the only dog, my duck. Is the only dog, my duck. Therefore, Cavito be thy counsellor. Go, clear thy crystals, yoke fellows in arms. Let us to France, like horse leeches, my boys. To suck, the very blood to suck.
That's but unwholesome food, they say.
Touch a soft mouth, then march.
Farewell, hostess.
I cannot kiss, that's a humor, but I do.
Let housewifery appear. Keep close, I thee command.
Farewell, adieu.
Exit all. Act 2, Scene 4. France. The King's Palace. A flourish. Enter the French King, the Dauphin, and the Dukes of Berry, Breton, and the Constable. And others. Probably attendants. Who knows, you know? They just can't follow along all the time.
Thus comes the English with full power upon us, and more than carefully for it us concerns to answer royally in our defences. Therefore the Dukes of Berry and Bretagne, of Brabant and of Orleans shall make forth, and you, Prince Dauphin, with all swift dispatch, to line and new repair our towns of war with men of courage and with means defendant. For England his approaches makes as fierce as waters to the sucking of a gulf. It fits us then to be as provident as fear may teach us out of late examples left by the fatal and neglected English upon our fields. What was that? I can't wait here.
My most redupted father, it is most meet we arm us against the foe, for peace itself should not be so dull a kingdom, though war nor no known quarrel were in question. But that defences, musters, preparations should be maintained, assembled and collected, as were a war in expectation. Therefore I say, 'tis meet we all go forth, to view the sick and feeble parts of France. Let us do it with no show of fear. No, with no more than if we heard that England was busied with the Whitsun Morris dance. For my good liege, she is so idly kinged, her sceptre is so fantastically borne by a vain, giddy, shallow, humorous youth, talking about myself, that fear attends her not.
Peace, Prince Dauphin. You are too much mistaken in this king. Question your place, the late ambassadors. With what great state he aired the embassy. Our well supplied with noble counsellors, our modest in exception, and withal our terrible and constant resolution. And you shall find his vanities forspent, where but the outside of the Roman Brutus, governing discretion with the court of folly, as gardeners do with earl, to hide those roots that shall first spring and be most delicate.
Well, 'tis not so, my lord high constable. But though we think it so, It is no matter. In cases of defense, 'tis best to weigh the enemy more mighty than he seems, so the proportions of defense are filled, which, of a weak or niggardly projection, doth, like a miser, spoil his coat with scanting a little cloth.
Think we King Harry strong, and princes look you strongly armed to meet him. The kindred of him hath been fleshed upon us, and he is bred out of that bloody strain that haunted us in our familiar paths. Witness our too much memorable shame when Cressy battle fatally was struck, and our princes captived by the hand of that black name Edward, Black Prince of Wales. Whiles his mountain sire on mountain standing up in the air, ground with going German. That doesn't happen for a few hundred years. Crowned with the golden sun, saw his heroical seed and smiled to see him mangle the work of nature and deface the patterns that by God and by French fathers had 20 years been made. This is a stem of that victorious stock, and let us fear the native mightiness and fate of him.
Enter a messenger.
Ambassadors for King Harry of England, do crave them into your majesty.
We'll give them present audience. Go and bring them. You see, this chase is hotly followed, friends.
Turn head and stop pursuit, for coward dogs most spend their mouths when what they seem to threaten runs far before them. Good, my sovereign. Take up the English short, and let them know of what a monarchy you are the head. Self-love, my liege, is not so vile a sin as self-neglecting.
Enter lords with Exeter and train.
From our brother England?
From him, and thus he greets your majesty. He wills you in the name of God Almighty that you divest yourself, and lay apart the borrowed glories that by gift of heaven, by law of nature and of nations long, to him and to his heirs, namely the crown, and it's like a mix of French and English, and I don't know why, to him and to his heirs, namely the crown, and all wide-stretched honours that pertain by custom and the ordinance of times unto the crown of France, that you may know 'tis no sinister nor no awkward claim, picked from the wormholes of long-vanished days, nor from the dust of old oblivion raked. He sends you this most memorable line in every branch truly demonstrative, willing to overlook this pedigree. And when you find him evenly derived from his most famed of famous ancestors, Edward III, he bids you then resign your crown and kingdom, and directly held from him the native and true challenger.
Or else what follows?
Bloody constraint. For if you take the crown, even in your heart, there he will break for it. Therefore, in fierce tempest he is coming, in thunder and in earthquake, like a Jove, that if requiring fail he will compel, and bids you, in the vows of the Lord, deliver up the crown, and to take mercy on the poor souls for whom this hungry war opens his vasty jaws. And on your head, turning the widow's tears, the orphan's cries, the dead men's blood, the pining maiden's groans, for husbands, fathers, and betrothed lovers, that shall be swallowed in this controversy. This is his claim, his threatening, and my message, and as the Dauphin be in presence here, to whom I expressly I bring greeting too.
For us, we will consider of this further. Tomorrow shall you bear our full intent back to our brother England.
For the Dauphin, I stand here for him. What to him from England?
Scorn, defiance, slight regard, contempt, and anything that may not misbecome the mighty sender doth he prize you at. Thus says my king, and if your father's highness do not, and grant of all demands at large, sweeten the bitter mark you sent his majesty, he'll call you to so hot an answer of it, that caves and womby voltages of France shall chide your trespass, and return your mock in second accent of his ordinance.
Say, if my father render fair return, it is against my will, for I desire nothing but odds with England. To that end, as matching to his youth and vanity, I did present him with the Paris balls.
You'll make your Paris Louvre shake for it, were it the mistress court of mighty Europe. And be assured you'll find a difference, as we his subjects have in wonder found, between the promise of his greener days and these he masters now. Now he wastes time even to the utmost grain that you shall read in your own losses if he stay in France.
Tomorrow shall you know our mind at full.
Dispatch us with all speed, lest that our king come here himself to question our delay, for he is footed in this land already.
You shall soon be dispatched with fair conditions. A night is but small breath and little pause to answer matters of this consequence. Flourish.
With that, we drop the curtain for our intermission. Take a time to bio, get some water, hydrate, food. The joy of doing these virtually means that there are no queues for the bathroom, and the concession stand is likely to have what you most desire. We will see you in about 15 minutes, and we'll come back with the response that France gives to England, and the beginning of this wonderful, wonderful fight that will be between the two. So we'll see you shortly. And we are back! Welcome all! Welcome back to our next portion of the history of Henry V. Enter the chorus on a blank stage.
Thus, with imagined wing, our swift scene flies in motions of no less celerity than that of thought. Suppose that you have seen the well-appointed king at Hampton Pier embark his royalty and his brave fleet with silken streamers, the young Phoebus fanning. Play with your fancies, and in them behold, upon the hempen tackle, ship boys climbing. Hear the shrill whistle which doth order give to sounds confused. Behold the thread and sails, borne with the invisible and creeping wind, draw the huge bottoms through the furrowed sea, breasting the lofty surge. Oh, do but think you stand upon the ravage, and behold a city on the inconstant billows dancing. For so appears this fleet majestical, holding due course to Harfleur. Follow, follow! Grapple your minds to sternage of this navy, and leave your England, as dead midnight still guarded with grandsires, babies, and old women, either past or not arrived to pith and puissance. For who is he whose chin is but enriched with one appearing hair, that will not follow these cold and choice-drawn cavaliers to France? Work your thoughts, and therein see a siege. Behold the ordnance on their carriages, with fatal mouths gaping on girded Harfleur. Suppose the ambassador from the French come back, tells Harry that the king doth offer him Catherine his daughter, and with her to dowry some petty and unprofitable dukedoms. The offer likes not, and the nimble gunner with linstock now the devilish cannon touches. And down goes all before them. Still be kind, and eke out our performance with your mind.
Act 3, Scene 1. France, before Harfleur. Enter King Henry, Exeter, Bedford, Gloucester, and soldiers with scaling ladders.
Here I go again, wondering what thing I've got muted. Well met, Corporal Nim.
No, you're not there.
No, nope.
Nope, it's Henry. It's Henry, and he's muted.
Where am I?
Act 3, Scene 1.
Act 3, Scene 1, right? Oh, I'm on Act 2.
Hey, Long Mike.
Ah, there he is.
Once more into the beach, dear friends. Once more, or close the wall up with our English dead. In peace, there's nothing so becomes a man as modest stillness and humility. But when the blast of war blows into our ears, then imitate the action of the tiger, stiffen the sinews, summon up the blood, disguise fair nature with hard-favored rage, then lend the eye a terrible aspect. Let pry through the portage of the head like the brass cannon. Let the brow overwhelm it as fearfully as doth a galled rock o'erhang and juddy his confounded base, swilled with the wild and wasteful ocean. Now, set the teeth and stretch the nostril wide. Hold hard the breath and bend up every spirit to his full height. On, you noblest English, whose blood is fet from fathers of war-proof, fathers that, like so many Alexanders, have in these parts from morn till even fought and sheathed their swords for lack of argument. Dishonor not your mothers. Now, attest that those whom you'd call fathers did beget you. Be copy now to men of grosser blood, and teach them how to war. And you, good yeomen, whose limbs were made in England, show us here the mettle of your pasture. Let us swear that you are worth your breeding, which I doubt not, because you're dying for me. For there is none of you so mean and base that hath not noble luster in your eyes. I see you stand here. I bid you stand, men of the West. I see you stand like greyhounds in the slips, straining upon the start. The game's afoot, follow your spirit, and upon this charge, cry God for Harry, England, and St. George!
Charge! Act 3, Scene 2. The same. Enter Nim, Bardoth, Pistol, and Boy.
On to the breach! To the breach!
Pray thee, Corporal, stay. The knocks are too hot, and for my own part, I am not the case of lives. The humor is too hot, and that is the very plain song of it.
Plain song is most just, for humours do abound. Knocks go and come, God's vassals drop and die, and sword and shield in bloody field doth win immortal fame.
Would I were in an alehouse in London, I would give all my fame for a port of ale and safety.
And I, if wishes would prevail with me, my purpose should not fail with me. But thither would I hie.
As duly, but not as truly, as bird doth sing on bough.
Enter Llewellyn.
Up to the breach, you dogs! Avaunt, you Cullions!
Driving them forward. Be merciful, great Duke, to men of mould. Abate thy rage, abate thy manly rage. Abate thy rage, great Duke. Good Barcock, bate thy rage! Use lenity, sweet chook!
These be good humors. Your honors wins bad humors.
As young as I am, I've observed these three swashers. I'm a boy to them all three, but all they three, though they would serve me, could not be man to me, for indeed three such antics do not amount to a man. For Baldoff, he's white-livered and red-faced, by the means whereof a face is it out, but fights not. For Pistol, he hath a killing tongue and a quiet sword, by the means whereof a breaks word, and keeps whole weapons. For Nim, he hath heard that men of few words are the best men, and therefore he scorns to say his prayers, lest should he be thought a coward. But his few bad words are matched with his few good deeds. For never broke any man's head but his own, and that was against a post when he was drunk. They will steal anything and call it purchase. Bardoff stole a loot case, bore it 12 leagues, sold it for 3 halfpence. Nim and Baldoff are sworn brothers in filching, and Calais they stole a fire shovel. I knew by that piece of service the men would carry coals. They would have me as familiar with men's pockets as their gloves or their handkerchiefs, which makes much against my manhood if I should take from another's pocket to put into mine, for it is plain pocketing up of wrongs. I must leave them, then seek some better service. Their villainy goes against my weak stomach, and therefore I must cast it up.
Re-enter Llewellyn, Gower following. Captain Llewellyn, you must come presently to the mines. The Duke of Gloucester would speak with you.
To the mines? Tell you the Duke it is not so good to come to the mines. For look you, the mines is not according to the disciplines of war. The concavities of it are not sufficient. Look you, the anniversary you may discuss upon Duke. Look upon you, is the digit himself of 4 yards under the countermines. By Chessia, I think I will plow all. I think I will plow up all if there are not better decisions.
The Duke of Gloucester, to whom the order of the siege is given, is altogether directed by an Englishman, a very valiant gentleman in faith.
Is it Captain McMorris? Is it not?
I think it be.
By Chester, he is an ass, as in the world. I will verify as much in his beard. Be it not more directions than the... B has no more directions in the true disciplines of war, look you, to the Romans' discipline, than that of a puppy dog.
Here he comes, the Scots captain, Captain Jamie, with him.
Captain Jamie is a marvelous, glorious gentleman, that's certain, and of great expedition and knowledge in the ancient wars, upon particular knowledge of his directions. By Jesus, he will maintain his argument as well as any military man in the world in the disciplines of pristine wars of the Romans.
I say good day, Captain Llewellyn.
Good den to your worship, good Captain James.
Yeah, I'll know, Captain McMorris. Have you quit the mines? Have the pioneerings give it all? We can't hear Captain McMorris because, we're all deafened from the cannons.
Ah, by Christ, yeah, 'tis ill done. The work is give over. The trumpets sound a retreat. By my hand, I swear on my father's soul, the work is ill done. It is give over. I would have blown up the town, so Christ save me, ya. In an hour, oh, 'tis ill done. 'Tis ill done. By my hand, 'tis ill done.
Captain McMorris, I beseech you now, will you vouchsafe me, look you, few disputations with you, as partly touching or concerns the disciplines of war, the Roman wars, in the way of the argument, look you, and your friendly in the ways of argument, look you, and the friendly communication, partly to satisfy my opinion, and partly for the satisfaction, look you, of my mind, as touching direction of the military discipline. That is the point.
It's all be very good, good faith, good captain's bath, and I shall halt you with good leave, as I may pick occasion, that shall I marry.
It is no time to discourse, so Christ save me. The day's hot. The day's hot. Yeah, it should sound more like that. Christ save me. The day's hot, and the weather, and the wars, and the kings, and the dukes. It is no time to discourse. The town is besieged, and the trumpet calls us to the breach, and we talk, and be Christ do nothing. 'Tis shame for us all. So God save me. 'Tis shame to stand still. It is shame by my hand, and there is throats to be cut, and works to be done, and there is nothing done. So Christ save me, ya.
By the miss, ere these eyes of mine take themselves to slumber, I the good service I'll ye, I the ground for it. I or go to death, and I'll pay it as valorously as I may. That's all I surely do. That is the breath in the long. Marry, I would full fain hear some question between you and Tway.
Captain McMorris, I think, look you, under your correction, there is not many of your nation.
Jim, we need to have a scene in whatever game where I speak my bastardization of Scottish and Irish, and you speak your proper Irish. And we need to just have a discussion where nobody understands a word.
We should totally do that. That's fair.
Of my nation. What is my nation? It's a villain and a bastard and a knave and a rascal. What is my nation? Who talks of my nation?
Look you, if you take the matters otherwise than it was meant, Captain McMorris, peradventure, I shall think that you do not use me in the affability as in discretion. You ought to use me, look you. Being as a good man as yourself, both in disciplines of war and in the deviations of my birth, as in other particularities.
I do not know you so a good man as myself. So Christ save me, I will cut off your head.
Gentlemen both. Why have you got me doing it? You will mistake each other.
Ah, that's a foul fault.
The town sounds a parley.
Captain McMorris, my tongue's just like, bleh. When there is more better opportunity than required, look you, I will be so bold as to tell you I know the disciplines of war, and that there is an end.
Exit all. Act 3, Scene 3. The same, before the gates of Halfa. The governor and some citizens on the walls. The English forces below. Enter King Henry and his train. They're really bloody and kind of pissy.
How yet resolves the governor of the town? There is the latest parley we will admit. Therefore, to our best mercy, give yourselves, or like to men proud of destruction, defy us to our worst. For as I am a soldier, a name that in my thoughts becomes the best. If I begin the battery once again, I will not leave the half-achieved our floor till in her hashes she lie buried. The gates of mercy shall be all shut up. The gates of mercy shall be all shut up, and the fresh soldier, rough and hard of heart, in liberty of bloody hand, shall range with conscience wide as hell, mowing like grass your fresh fair virgins and your flowering infants. What is it then to me, if impious war, arrayed in flames like the prince of fiends, do with his smirched complexion all fell feats and linked to waste and desolation? What it's to me when you yourselves are cause, if your pure maidens fall into the land of hot enforcing violation? What reign can hold licentious wickedness when down the hill he holds his fierce career? We may as bootless spend our vain command upon the enraged soldiers and their spoils as send precepts to the Leviathan to come ashore. Therefore, you men of Harfleur, take pity of your town and of your people, whilst yet my soldiers are in my command, whilst yet the cool and temperate wind of grace o'erblows the filthy and contagious clouds of heady murder, spoil, and villainy. If not, why, in a moment, look to see the blind and bloody soldier with foul hand defile the locks of your shrill shrieking daughters, your fathers taken by the silver beards and their most revered heads dashed to the walls, your naked infants spitted upon pikes, while the mad mothers with their howls confused do break the clouds as did the wives of Jewry at Herod's bloody hunting slaughtermen. There should be a lot more thanks, Bill, in chat. What say you? Will you yield, and this avoid, or guilty in defense be thus destroyed? Silence from the governor.
I see. Sorry, I just saw the note.
That's okay.
Our expectation hath this day an end. The Dauphin, whom of succors we entreated, returns us that his powers are yet not ready to raise so great a siege. Therefore, great king, we yield our town and lives to thy soft mercy. Enter our gates, dispose of us and ours, for we are no longer defensible.
Open your gates. Come, Uncle Exeter. Go you and enter Harfleur. There remain and fortified strongly against the French. Use mercy to them all. For us, dear uncle, the winter coming on and sickness growing upon our soldiers, we will retire to Calais. Tonight in Harfleur we will be your guest. Tomorrow, for the march, are we addressed.
The king and his train enter the town of Harfleur. Act 3, Scene 4. The French king's palace. Enter Princess Catherine and Alice. Alice, tu es en Angleterre et tu parles bien la langue?
I'd like to preface this with my apologies again for the accent. Un peu, madame.
Je te prie, mon enseigné. Il faut que appreniez à parler. Comment appelez-vous la main en anglais?
La main, elle est appelée the hand.
The hand. Les doigts?
Les doigts. Ma foi, j'oublie les doigts. Moi, j'ai mis souvent les doigts. Je pense qu'ils sont appelés the fingers. Oui, the fingers.
La main des hands. Les doigts des fingers. Je pense que je suis le bon écolier. J'ai gagné des mots d'anglais vêtements. Comment appelez-vous les ongles?
Les ongles. Nous les appelons the nails.
The nails. Écoutez, dites-moi, si je le parle bien. The hands, the fingers et the nails.
C'est bien dit, madame. Il le faut pas anglais. Anglo?
Dites-moi, dites-moi l'angle pour le bras.
The arm, madame.
Et le coude?
The elbow.
The elbow. Je m'en fais la répétition de tous les mots que vous m'avez appris à présent.
Il est trop difficile, madame. Comment j'y pense?
Écoutez-moi, Alice, écoutez-moi. The hands, the fingers, the nails, the armoire, the elbow.
The elbow, madame.
I mean, there is a part of my body I call Bilbo, but I'm kidding.
I figured. Au Seigneur Dieu, je m'emblais. de elbow. Comment appelez-vous le col?
Des necks, madame.
Du nick? Et le métal?
Des chines.
Des signes. Le col des nicks, des métaux des signes.
Oui, ça fait votre honneur. En vérité, vous prononcez les mots aussi droit et que les natifs d'Angleterre.
Je ne doute point d'apprendre par la grâce de Dieu et en peu de temps.
N'avez-vous pas déjà oublié ce que disiez-vous, ancien? I am so sorry, Simon.
Hey, no, don't. It's
Shakespeare has worse
you're
French.
doing great. Yeah, by the way, like there's a lot of like things that are wrong in the text. Like it's not you at all.
No. Wait. Non, je reciterai vous promptement. The hand, the fingers, the nails,
The nails, madame.
the nails, the arm, the elbow.
S'offre tu honneur, the elbow.
Ainsi dis-je, the elbow, the nick et the signes. Comment appelez-vous le pied de la robe?
The foot, madame. Et the coin.
Des foot et des coins. Oh Seigneur Dieu, ce ne sont moi de son mauvais corruptible, gros et impudique, et non pour le dame des honneurs de user. Je ne voudrais prononcer le seul mot devant le Seigneur de France pour tout le monde. Fou, le foot et le con. Nen et moi, je recitais aux autres fois ma leçon ensemble. Des hands, des fingers, des nails, des arms, des elbows, des nicks, des seins, des foot, des coups.
Excellent, madame.
C'est aussi pour une fois. Elles ont dit à dîner. Act 3, Scene 5, the same. Enter the King of France, the Dauphin, the Duke of Bourbon, the Constable of France, and others. Because, you know, they gotta carry around everybody around with them.
"'Tis certain he hath passed the river Somme."
And if he be not forthwithal, my lord, let us not live in France. Let us quit all and give our vineyards to a barbarous people.
Oh, Dieu vivant, shall a few sprays of us, the emptying of our fathers' luxury, our scions put in wild and savage stock, spirt up so suddenly into the clouds and overlook their grafters?
Bourbon?
Oh shoot, that's me. I did not look on the second. Sorry. Sorry. Just got that. They Normans, but bastard Normans. Norman bastards. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm no good at this. Sorry.
Death to my life.
Yes. If they march along unfought withal, but I will sell my dukedom, but to buy a slobber and dirty farm in that nook shan Isle of Albion.
Where have they had this metal? Is it not their climate foggy, raw and dull? On whom, and despite the sun looks pale, killing their food with frowns, can sodden water, a drench for serene jades, their barley broth, decoct their cold blood to such valiant deed, and shall our quick blood spirited with wines in frosty? Oh, for honor of our land, let us not hang like roping icicles upon our houses' thatch, while the more frosty people sweat drops of gallant youth in our rich fields. Poor, we may call them in their native lords.
By faith and honor, Our madams mock at us and plainly say our metal is bred out, and they will give their bodies to the lust of English youth to new store France with bastards warriors.
They bid us to the English dancing schools and teach leveltos high and swift cornatos. Say that our grace is the only our heels, and that we are our most lofty runaways.
Where is Montjoy the Herald? Speed him hence. Let him greet England with our sharp defiance. Up, princes, and with spirit of honour edged, more sharper than your swords. Hie thee to the field. Charles de la Breth, I, Constable of France, you, Dukes of Orleans, Bourbon, and of Berry, Alençon, Brabant, Bar, and Burgundy. Jacques Chatillon, Ramberses, Vardemont, Beaumont, Grand Pré, Roussy, and Fauconberg. Foix, Lestrade, Bossical, and Charleroi. High dukes, great princes, barons, lords, and knights, for your great seats now quit you of great shames. Bar array England that sweeps through our land with pennons painted in the blood of our floor. Rush on his host, as doth the melted snow upon the valleys, whose low vassal seat the Alps doth spit and void his room upon. Go down upon him, you have power enough, and in captive chariot into ruin, bring him our prisoner.
That's me. This becomes a great story. His numbers are so few, his soldiers sick and famished in their march. For I am sure when he shall see our army, he'll drop his horse into the sink of fear, and for achievement offer us his ransom.
Therefore, Lord Constable, haste on Montjoy, and let him say to England that we send to know what willing ransom he will give. Prince Dauphin, you shall stay with us in Rouen.
Not so, I do beseech your majesty.
Now, be patient, for you shall remain with us. Now forth, Lord Constable, Prince and Princes all, and quickly bring us word of England's fall.
Act 3, Scene 6. The English camp in Picardy. Enter Gower and Fluin. Meeting. How now, Captain Fluallen? Come you from the bridge?
I assure you there are very excellent services. Committed at the bridge.
Is the Duke of Exeter safe?
The Duke of Exeter is as magnanimous as Agamemnon, and a man that I love and honor with my soul and my heart and my duty and my life and my living and my utmost power. He is not, God be praised and blessed, any hurt in the world, but keeps the bridge most valiant with excellent discipline. There is an ancient lieutenant there at the bridge. I think he may be the very conscience he is as a valiant man as Mark Antony, and he is a man of no estimation in the world, but I did see him do as a gallant service.
What do you call him?
He is called Ancient Pistol.
I know him not.
Oh, here's the man.
Captain, I thee beseech to do me favours. The Duke of Exeter doth love thee well.
Hey, I praise God. I have merited some love at his hands.
Bardolph, a soldier, firm and sound of heart, and of buxom valour, hath by cruel fate and giddy fortune's furious fickle wheel, that goddess blind, that stands upon the rolling restless stone.
By your patience, Ancient Pistol, Fortune is painted blind with a muffler for her eyes to signify to you that Fortune is blind. She is painted also the wheel to signify to you, which is the moral of it, that she is turning and inconstant and mutability and variation. And her foot, look you, is fixed upon a spherical stone, which rolls and rolls and rolls. In good truth, the poet makes the most excellent description of it. Fortune is an excellent moral.
Fortune is Bardolph's foe and frowns on him, for he hath stolen a pax and hanged must be. A damned death! Let gallows gate for dog, let man go free, and let not hemp his windpipe suffocate. But Exeter hath given the doom of death for pax of little price. Therefore go, speak, the Duke will hear thy voice. And let not Bardolph's vital thread be cut with edge of penny cord and vile reproach. Speak, Captain, for his life, and I will thee requite.
Ancient Pistol, I do partly understand your meaning.
Why then rejoice, therefore?
Certainly, Ancient. It is not a thing to rejoice at. For if you, look you, If he were my brother, I would desire the Duke to use his good pleasure and put him to execution, for discipline ought to be used.
Ian be damned, and figure for thy friendship.
It is well.
The fig of Spain!
Very good.
Why, this is an arrant counterfeit rascal. I remember him now. A board and a cut purse.
I'll assure you, and uttered brave words at the bridge you shall see at summer's day, but it is very well. What he spoke to me, that is well. I warrant you, when time is served.
Why, 'tis a gull, a fool, a rogue, that now and then goes to the wars to grace himself at his return into England, into London under the form of a soldier. And such fellows are perfect in their great commanders' names, and they will learn you by rote where services were done at such and such a sconce, at such a breach, at such a convoy, who came off bravely, who was shot, who disgraced, what terms the enemy stood on. This they con perfectly in the phrase of war, which they trick up new-turned oaths, and what a beard of the general's cut, and what a horrid suit of the camp will do foaming bottles and ale-washed wits, is wonderful to be brought on. But you must learn to know such slanders of the age, or else you may be marvellously mistook.
I tell you what, Captain Gower, I do perceive he is not the man he would gladly make show to the world he is. If I find a hole in his coat, I will tell him my mind. Hark you, the king is coming. I must speak with him from the bridge.
Enter King Henry, Gloucester, and soldiers.
God bless you, Majesty.
How now, Flulen? Camest thou from the bridge?
So please your Majesty, the Duke of Exeter has very gallantly maintained the bridge. The French has gone off, look you, and their gallant most brave passages. Mary the adversary was have possession of the bridge, but he is enforced to retire, and the Duke of Exeter is the master of the bridge. I can tell your Majesty, the Duke is a brave man.
What man have you lost, Flulen?
Okay. The perdition of the anniversary, and hath been very great, reasonable great. Marry, for my part, I think the Duke hath lost never a man, but one that is like to be executed in robbing a church, one Bardolph. If your Majesty knows the man, his faces are bumpkles and welts and knobs and flames of fire, and his lips blow at his nose, and is like a coal of fire, sometimes blue, sometimes red. But the nose is executed and his fired out.
He would have all such offenders so cut off, and we give express charge that in our marches through the country there be nothing compelled from the villages, nothing taken but paid for, none of the French upbraided or abused in disdainful language. For when lenity and cruelty play for a kingdom, the gentle gamester is the soonest winner.
Enter Montjoy.
You know me by my habit.
Well, then I know thee. What shall I know of thee?
My master's mind.
Unfold it.
Thus say my king, say thou to an area of England, though we seem dead, we did but sleep. Advantage is a better soldier than rashness. Tell him we could have rebuked him at Harfleur, but we thought not good to bruise an injury till it were full ripe. Now we speak upon our cue, and our voice is imperial. England shall repent his folly, see his weakness, and admire our sufferance. Bid him therefore consider of his ransom, which must proportion the losses we have borne, the subjects we have lost, the disgrace we have digested, which in await to re-answer his pettiness would bow under. For our losses his exchequer is too poor, for the effusion of our blood, the muster of his kingdom too faint a number, and for our disgrace, his own person, kneeling at our feet, but a weak and worthless satisfaction. To this add defiance, and tell him, for conclusion, he hath betrayed his followers, whose condemnation is pronounced. So for my king and master, so much for my office.
What is thy name? I know thy quality.
Montjoy.
Thou dost thy office fairly. Turn thee back, and tell thy king I do not seek him now, but could be willing to march on to Calais without impeachment. For, to say the sooth, though 'tis no wisdom to confess so much unto an enemy of craft and vintage, my people are with sickness much enfeebled. My number is lessened, and those few I have almost no better than so many French, who, when they were in health, I tell thee, Harold, I thought upon one pair of English legs did march 3 freemen, Frenchmen. Yet forgive me, God, that I do brag thus. 'Tis your air of France hath blown that vice in me. I must repent. Go, therefore, tell thy master here I am. My ransom is this frail and worthless trunk, my army but a weak and sickly guard. Yet, God before, tell him we will come on, though France himself with such another neighbor stand in our way. That's for thy labor, Montjoy. Go bid thy master well advise himself. If we may pass, we will. If we be hindered, we shall your tawny ground with your red blood discolor. And so, Montjoy, fare you well. The sum of all our answers is but this. We would not seek a battle as we are, nor, as we are, we say we'll not shun it. So tell your master.
I should deliver so. Thanks to your highness.
I hope they will not come upon us now.
Well, we did just tell us that we are all sick and almost unable to defend ourselves. What could go wrong? Excellent. We are in God's hands, brother, not in theirs. March to the bridge. It now draws toward night. Beyond the river we'll encamp ourselves, and on tomorrow bid them march away.
Act 3, Scene 7. The French camp, near Agincourt. Enter the Constable of France, the Lord Rambrousse, Orleans, Dauphin, and others.
I have the best arm of the world. Would it were day?
You have excellent armor, but my horse have his due.
It is the best horse of Europe.
Will it never be morning?
My Lord of Orleans and my Lord Agincourt. That's not me.
That's me.
That's not me.
Who are you?
It is I, c'est Dauphin.
My Lord of Orleans and my Lord High Constable, you talk of horse and armor?
You are well prepared of both, as any prince in the world.
What a long night is this. I will not change my horse with any that treads but on 4 pasterns. Sa! Ha! He bounced from the earth as his entrails were hairs. Le cheval volant, the Pegasus, chez les narines en feu. Why are my nostrils on fire? When I bestride him, I soar. I am a hawk. He trots the air. The earth sings when he touches it. The basest horn of his hoof is more musical than the pipe of Hermes.
He's the color of nutmeg.
And of the heat of the ginger, it is a beast for Perseus. He is of pure air and fire, and the dull elements of earth and water never appear in him, but only in patient stillness while his rider mounts him. He is indeed a horse, and all other jades you may call beasts.
Indeed, my lord, it is a most absolute and excellent horse.
It is the Prince of Palfreys. His neigh is like the bidding of a monarch, and his countenance enforces homage.
No more, cousin.
Nay, the man hath no wit that cannot, from the rising of the lark to the lodging of the lamb, vary deserved praise on my palfrey. It is a theme as fluent as the sea. Turn the sands into eloquent tongues, and my horse's argument for them all. 'Tis a subject for a sovereign to reason on, and for a sovereign to ride on, and for the world, familiar to us and unknown to lay apart, their particular functions and wonder at him. I once writ a sonnet in his praise and began thus. Wonder of nature. Jesus, it's a horse. Come. Get off your high horse.
Oh, he's about to mount it.
Gets worse. I I have heard oh yeah I have held a sonnet so to one's mistress.
Then did they imitate that which I composed my courser for my horse as my mistress?
Your mistress bears well.
Me, well, which is the prescript praise and perfection of a good and particular mistress.
Nay, for methought yesterday your mistress truly shook your back.
So perhaps it's yours.
Mine was not bridled.
Oh, then belike she was old and gentle, and you rode like a cairn of Ireland in your French hose off and in your straight strossers.
Sorry.
Hi, Jared.
You have good judgment in horsemanship.
Be warned by me then, that they that ride so and ride not warily fall into foul bugs. I had rather have my horse to my mistress.
I had as lief have my mistress a jade.
I tell thee, constable, my mistress wears his own hair.
I could make as true a boast as that if I had a sow to my mistress.
Le chien est retourné à son propre vomissement et la truie lavée au bourbier. Dodd went back to his own vomit, and the female pig is washed in mud.
Yeah.
Thou makest use of anything.
Yet do I not use my horse for my mistress, or any such proverb so little kin to the purpose?
My
My
Lord
Lord
Constable.
I don't know why I had it selected. Sorry.
Oh, it's all right. My Lord Constable, the armor that I saw in your tent tonight, are those stars or suns upon it?
Stars, my lord.
Some of them will fall tomorrow, I hope.
And yet my sky shall not want.
That may be, for you bear a many superfluously, and 'twere more honor somewhere away.
Even as your horse bears your praises, who would trot as well were some of your brides dismounted?
Would I were able to load them with this desert. Will it never be day? I will trot tomorrow a mile, and my way shall be paved with English faces.
I will not say so, for fear I should be faced out of my way. But I would were it morning, for I would be fain about the ears of the English.
Will go to Azad with me for 20 prisoners.
You must first go yourself to Azad ere you have them.
'Tis midnight. I'll go arm myself.
The Dauphin longs for morning.
He longs to eat the English.
I think he will eat all he gives.
By the right hand of my lady, he's a gallant prince.
Swear by her foot that she may tread out the oath.
He is simply the most active gentleman of France.
Doing is activity, and he will still be doing.
He never did harm, that I heard of.
Nor will none tomorrow. He will keep that good name still.
He is simply... no. I know him to be valiant.
I was told by one that knows him better than you.
Who's he?
Mary, he told me so himself, and he said he cared not who knew it.
He needs not. It is not the hidden virtue in him.
By my faith, sir, but it is. Never anybody saw it but his lackey. It is a real valor, and when it appears, it will be.
It will never said well.
I will keep that proverb with there is flattery and friendship.
And I will take up that with give the devil his due.
Well placed. There stand your friend for the devil. Of the very eye of that proverb with a pox the devil.
You are better at problems, but how much a fool's bolt is soon shot?
You have shot over.
'Tis not the first time you were overshot. Enter a messenger.
My Lord High Constable, the English lie within 1,500 paces of your tent.
Who hath measured the ground?
The Lord Grandpere.
A valiant and most expert gentleman. Would it were day! Alas, poor Henry of England, he longs not for the downing as we do.
What a wretched and peevish fellow is this King of England, to mope with his fat-brained followers far out of his knowledge.
If the English had any apprehension, they would run away.
That they lack, for their heads had any intellectual armor, they could never wear such heavy headpieces.
That island of England breeds very valiant creatures. Their mastiffs are of unmatchable courage.
Foolish cows that run winking into the mouth of Russian bear and have their heads crushed like rotten apples. You may as well say that a valiant fleet that dare eat its breakfast on the tip of a lion.
Just. And the men do sympathize with the mastiffs and robustus and wrath coming on, leaving their wits with their wives, and then give them great meals of beef and iron and steel. They will eat like wolves and fight like devils.
Ah, but these English are shrewdly out of beef.
Then we will find tomorrow they only have stomachs to eat and none to fight. Now it is time to arm. Come, shall we about it?
It is now 2 o'clock, but let me see. By 10 we shall have each 100 Englishmen. Enter the chorus.
Now entertain conjecture of a time when creeping murmur and the pouring dark fills the wide vessel of the universe. From camp to camp, through foul womb of night, the hum of either army stilly sounds, that the fixed sentinels almost receive the secret whispers of each other's watch. Fire answers fire, and through their paly flames each battle sees the other's umbered face. Steed threatens steed in high and boastful neighs, piercing the knight's dull ear. And from the tents, the armorers, accomplishing the knights with busy hammers, closing rivets up, give dreadful note of preparation. The country cocks do crow, the clocks do toll, and the third hour of drowsy morning name. Proud of their numbers and secure in soul, the confident and overlusty French do the low-rated English play at dice, and chide the crippled tardy-gated knight, who, like a foul and ugly witch, doth limp so tediously away. The poor condemned English, like sacrifices, by their watchful fires sit patiently, and inly ruminate the morning's danger, and their gestures sad, investing lank lean. Cheeks and war-worn coats presenteth them unto the gazing moon so many horrid ghosts. Oh, now, who will behold the royal captain of this ruined band, walking from watch to watch, from tent to tent? Let him cry praise and glory on his head, for forth he goes and visits all his host, bids them good morrow with a modest smile, and calls them brothers, friends, and countrymen. Upon his royal face there is no note how dread an army hath enrounded him, nor doth he delic one jot of colour unto the weary and all-watched night, but freshly looks and overbears a taint with cheerful semblance and sweet majesty, that every wretch, pining and pale before, beholding him, plucks comfort from his looks. A largesse universal like the sun, his liberal eye doth give to every one, thawing cold fear, that mean and gentle all behold, as may unworthiness define a little touch of Harry in the night. And so our scene must to the battle fly, where, oh for pity, we shall much disgrace with 4 or 5 most vile and ragged foils, right ill disposed and brawl ridiculous, the name of Agincourt. Yet sit and see, minding true things by what their mockeries be.
And with that, we're going to drop the curtain for our second intermission of the day, before we get into the Battle of Agincourt and watch as the English and the French fight upon the field. But we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Take this time to refresh, bio, do all those important things, come back, and we will see you in 10 minutes. everyone, and welcome back to the finale of our production of the history of Henry V according to William Shakespeare. And we open with Act 4, Scene 1. The English camp at Agincourt. Enter King Henry, Bedford, and Gloucester.
Gloucester, 'tis true that we are in great danger. The greater, therefore, should our courage be. Good morrow, brother Bedford. God Almighty. There is some soul of goodness in these things evil, would men observingly distill it out. For our bad neighbor makes us early stirs, which is both healthful and a good husbandry. Besides, they are our outward consciences, and preachers to us all, admonishing that we should dress us fairly to our end. Thus we may gather honey from the weed and make moral of the devil himself. Oops. Enter Herpingham. Good morrow, old sir. Oh God, I got the hiccups. Good morrow, old Sir Thomas Erpingham. A good soft pillow for that good white head, or better than a churlish stir for France.
Not so, my liege. This lodging likes me better, since I might say, now lie I like a king.
'Tis good for men to love their present pains, upon example, so the spirit is eased. And when the mind is quickened out of doubt, the organs, though defunct and dead before, break up their drowsy grave, and newly move with casted slow and fresh leg. Wow, my tongue decided to stop working. Blah 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 blah. With casted slow and fresh legrity. Lend me thy cloak, Sir Thomas. Brothers both, commend me to the princes in our camp. Do my good morrow to them, and anon desire them into my pavilion.
We shall, my liege.
Shall I attend, your grace?
Oh, my good knight, go with my brothers to my lords of England. I and my bosom must debate a while, and then I would no other company.
Lord in heaven bless thee, noble Harry.
God a mercy, old heart, thou speakest cheerfully.
And a pistol. Qui vala?
A friend.
Discuss unto me, art thou officer? Or art thou base, common, and popular?
I am a gentleman of a company.
Trailst thou the puissant pike?
Even so. What are you?
As good a gentleman as the emperor.
Then you are better than the king.
Yeah, the king's a barcock, and a heart of gold, a lad of life, and an imp of fame, of parents good, of fist most valiant. I kiss his dirty shoe, and from heart string, I love the lovely bully. What is thy name?
Harry Leroy.
Leroy! A Cornish name. Art thou of Cornish crew?
No, I am a Welshman.
Knowst thou Llewellyn?
Yes.
Because all Welsh people know each other, apparently.
Yeah. It
tell
is
him,
a kingdom of 5 people.
Tell him I'll knock his leak about his pate upon Saint David's Day.
Do you not wear your dagger in your cap that day, lest he knock that about yours?
Art thou his friend?
And his kinsman too.
If I go for thee, then.
I thank you. God be with you.
My name is Pistol Cold.
It sorts well with your fierceness.
Enter Llewellyn and Grower. Captain Llewellyn.
There we go. Whoops. So in the name of Jesus Christ, speak fewer. It is the greatest admiration in universal world when the true and ancient proclivities of law and war is not kept. If you take the pains but to examine the wars of Pompey the Great, you shall find, I warrant you, that there is no tittle-tattle nor pibble-babble in Pompey's camp. I warrant you, you shall find ceremonies of war and the cares of it, and the forms of it, and the sobriety of it, and the modesty of it to be otherwise.
Why? The enemy is loud. You hear him all night.
If the enemy is an ass and a fool and a practicing coxcomb, it is meet, I think you, that we should also, look you, be an ass and a fool and a prating coxcomb in your own conscience now.
I'll speak lower.
I pray you and beseech you that you will.
Exit Glower and Llewellyn.
Though it appear a little out of fashion, there is much care and valor in this Welshman.
Enter 3 soldiers, John Bates, Alexander Court, and Michael Williams.
Brother John Bates, is not that the morning which breaks yonder?
I think it be, but we have no great cause. Cause to desire the approaching day.
I'm not Williams, am I?
Forgot it was Williams. We see yonder the beginning of the day, but I think we shall never see the end of it. Who goes there?
A friend.
Under what captain serve you?
Under Sir Thomas Erpingham.
Yes, you called? A good old commander and a most kind gentleman. I pray you, what thinks he of our state?
Even as men wrecked upon the sand that looked to be washed off the next tide.
He hath not told his thoughts to the king.
No, nor it is not meet he should, for though I speak it to you, I think the king is but a man, as I am. The violet smells to him as it doth to me, the element shows to him as it doth to me, all his senses of but human conditions. His ceremonies laid by in his nakedness, he appears but a man. And though his affections are higher mounted than ours, yet when they stoop like the wings. They stoop with the like wings. Therefore, when he sees reason of fears, as we do, his fears, out of doubt, be of the same relish as ours are, yet in reason no man should possess him with any appearance of fear, lest he, by showing it, should dishearten his army.
He may show what outward courage he will, but I believe, as cold as night as is, he could wish himself in the Thames up to the neck. And so I would he were, and by him, at all adventures, so we were quit here.
By my troth, I will speak my conscience of the king. I think he would not wish himself anywhere but where he is.
Then I would he were here alone. So should he be sure to be ransomed and many poor men's lives saved.
I dare say you love him not so ill, to wish him here alone, howsoever you speak this to feel other men's mind. Methinks I could not die anywhere so contented as in the king's company, his cause being just and his quarrel honorable.
That's more than we know.
Ay, or more than we should seek after. For we know enough if we know that we are the king's subjects. If his cause be wrong, our obedience to the king wipes the crimes out of us all.
But if the cause be not good, the king himself hath a heavy reckoning to make, when all those legs and arms and heads chopped off in battle shall join together at the latter day and cry all, we died at such a place. Some swearing, some crying for a surgeon, some upon their wives left poor behind them, some upon the debts they owe, some upon their children rawly left. I'm afeard there are few die well that die in a battle. For how can they charitably dispose of anything when blood is their argument? Now, if these men do not die well, it will be a black matter for the king that led them to it, whom to disobey were against all proportion of subjection.
So, if a son that by his father is sent about merchandise do sinfully carry upon the sea, the imputation of his wickedness by your rule should be imposed upon his father that sent him. Or if a servant under his master's command, transporting a sum of money, be assailed by robbers and die in many irreconciled iniquities, you may call the business of the master the author of the servant's damnation. But this is not so. The king is not bound to answer the particular endings of his soldiers, the father of his son, nor the master of his servant. For they purpose not their death when they purpose their services. Besides, there is no king, be his cause never so spotless, if it come to the arbitrament of swords. The arbitrament of swords can try it out with all unspotted soldiers. Some peradventure have on them the guilt of premeditated and contrived murder. Some of beguiling virgins with the broken seals of perjury. Some making the wars their bulwark, that have before gored the gentle bosom of peace with pillage and robbery. Now, if these men have defeated the law and outrun native punishment, though they can outstrip men, they have no wings to fly from God. War is his beetle, war is vengeance. So that here men are punished for before breach of the king's laws is now the king's quarrel. Where they fear the death, they have borne life away, and where they would be safe, they perish. Then if they die unprovided, no more is the king guilty of their damnation that he was before guilty of those impieties for which they are now visited. Every subject is the king's, but every subject's soul is his own. Therefore should every soldier in the wars do as every sick man in his bed, wash every mote out of his conscience, and dying so, death is to him an advantage. Or not dying, the time was blessedly lost wherein such preparations was gained, and in him that escapes, it were not sin to think that, making God so free an offer, he let him outlive that day to see his greatness and to teach others how they should prepare.
"'Tis certain, every man that dies ill, the ill upon his own head, the king is not to answer to it."
I do not desire he should answer for me, and yet I determined to fight lustily for him.
I myself heard the king he would not be so ransom.
Aye, he said so, to make us fight cheerfully. But when our throats are cut, he may be ransomed, and we ne'er the wiser.
If I live to see it, I will never trust his word after.
You pay him, then. That's a perilous shot out of an elder gun. That and a poor private displeasure can do against a monarch. You may as well go about to turn the sun to ice with fanning in his face with a peacock's feather. You'll never trust his word after. Come, 'tis a foolish saying.
Your reproof is something too round. I should be angry with you if the time were convenient.
Well, let it be a quarrel between us if you live.
I embrace it.
How shall I know thee again?
Give me any gage of thine, and I will wear it in my bonnet. Then, if ever thou darest acknowledge it, I will make it my quarrel.
Here's my glove. Give another of thine.
There.
This will I also wear in my cap. If ever thou come to me and say, after tomorrow, this is my glove, by this hand I will take thee a box on the ear.
If I ever live to see it, I will challenge it.
Thou darest as well be hanged.
Well, I will do it, though I take thee in the king's company.
Keep thy word. Fare thee well.
Be friends, you English fools, be friends. We have French quarrels enough if you could tell how to reckon.
Indeed, the French may lay 20 French crowns to one, they will beat us, for they bear them on their shoulders, but it is no English treason to cut French crowns, and tomorrow the king himself will be a clipper.
Exit the soldiers.
Upon the king, let us our lives, our souls, our debts, our careful wives, our children, and our sins lay on the king. We must bear all. Oh, hard condition. Twin-born with greatness, subject to the breath of every fool whose sense no more can feel but his own ringing. What infinite heart's ease must kings neglect that private men enjoy? And what have kings that privates have not too, save ceremony, save general ceremony? And what art thou, thou idle ceremony? What kind of god art thou that sufferest more of mortal griefs than do thy worshippers? What are thy rents? What are thy comings in? O ceremony, show me but thy worth. What is thy soul of adoration? Art thou aught else but place, degree, and form, creating awe and fear in other men? Wherein thou art less happy being feared than they in fearing? What drinkst thou oft instead of homage sweet, but poisoned flattery? Be sick, great greatness, and bid thy ceremony give thee cure. Think'st thou the fiery fever will go out with titles blown from adulation? Will it give place to flexure and low bending? Canst thou, when thou commendest the beggar's knee, commend the heat of it, the health of it? No, thou proud dream, that placed so subtly with the king's repose, I am a king that find thee, and I know 'tis not the balm, the scepter, or the ball, the sword, the mace, the crown imperial, the intertissued robe of gold and pearl, the farced title running for the king, the throne he sits upon, nor the tide of pomp that beats upon the high shore of his world. No, not all these thrice gorgeous ceremony, not all these laid in bed majestical, can sleep so soundly as the wretched slave, who, with a body filled and vacant mind, gets him to rest, crammed with distressful bread. Never sees horrid night, the child of hell, but like a lackey from the rise to set, sweats in the eye of Phoebus. Phobos? Phoebus?
Phoebus, that's correct.
Phoebus, and all night sleeps in Elysium. Next day after dawn doth rise and help Hyperion to his horse, and follows so the ever-running year with profitable labor to his grave. And, but for ceremony, such a wretch, winding up days with toil and nights with sleep. At the forehand and vantage of a king, the slave, a member of the country's peace, enjoys it but in gross brain little wats. What watch the king keeps to maintain the peace, whose hours the peasant best advantages.
Enter Uppingham.
My lord, your nobles, jealous of your absence, seek through your camp to find you.
Good old knight, collect them all together at my tent. I'll be before thee.
I shall do it, my lord.
O God of battles, steal my soldiers' heart. Possess them not with fear. Take from them now the sense of reckoning. If the opposed numbers pluck their hearts from them. Not today, O Lord, not today. Think not upon the fault my father made in compassing the crown. I, Richard's body, have entered anew, and on it have bestowed more contrite tears than from it issued forced drops of bloods. 500 poor I have in yearly pay, whose twice a day their withered hands hold up towards heaven to pardon blood. And I have built 2 chantries, where the sad and solemn priests still sing for Richard's soul. More will I do, though all that I can do is nothing worth, since that my penitents come after all imploring pardon.
Enter Gloucester.
My liege.
My brother Gloucester's voice? Aye, I know thy errand. I will go with thee. The day, my friends, and all things stay for me.
Act 4, Scene 2. The French camp. Enter the Dauphin, Orleans, Rambouillet, and others. The sun doth gild their armor. Up, my lords.
Montez, à cheval, my horse, valet, laquais, ha!
Oh, brave spirit.
Via les eaux et la terre.
Rien puis, l'air et le fou.
Sorry. Ciel, cousin Orléans. Now, my lord constable.
Ark, our steeds for present service nay.
Mount them, and make incisions in their hides, that their hot blood may spin in English eyes, and doubt them with superfluous courage. Ha!
What, will you have them weep our horses' blood? How shall we then behold their natural tears?
Enter a messenger.
The English are in battle, your French peers.
Horse, you gallant princess, straight to horse. Do but behold yon poor and starved band, and your fair show shall suck away their souls, leaving them but the shares and husks of men. There is not work enough for all our hands, scarce blood enough in all their sickly veins, to give each naked cartulax a stain that our French gallants shall today draw out and sheathe for lack of spur. Let us but blow on them, the vapour of our valour will overturn them. 'Tis positive, against all exceptions, lords, that our superfluous lackeys and our peasants, who in unnecessary action swarm about our squares of battle, were know to purge this field of such a yielding foe. Though we look upon this mountain's basis by took stand for idle speculation, but that our honours must not. Was to say, a very little let us do, and all is done. Then let the trumpet sound, the tocket sonance, and the mount, and the note mount, for our approach shall so much dare the field, that England shall couch down in fear and yield.
Why do you stay so long, my lords of France? Long Island Canyons, desperate of their bones, in favour to becoming the morning field, the ragged curtains poorly are let loose, and our air shakes with them passing scornfully. Big Ma seems bankrupt in their beggared horse, and faintly through a rusty beaver peeps. The horsemen sit like fixed candlesticks, with torch staves in their hands, And their poor jades lope down their heads, dropping their hides in heaps, the gum down roping from their pale dead eyes, and to the pale dead mouths, the grim old bit lies foul with chewed grass, still and motionless. I have no idea where this accent is or going.
You just discover it along the way. It's fine.
And their executors, the knavish crust, fly o'er them, all impatient for the hour. Description cannot suit itself in words to demonstrate the life of such battle, a life so lifeless as it shows itself.
They have said their prayers and they stay for death. Dauphin, have you fallen in battle?
No, I was muted. I don't know what that term is. I won't know for a couple more centuries. But shall we go send them dinners and fresh suits, and give them their fasting horses provender, and fight after them?
I stay but for my guidon. To the field. I will the banner from a trumpet take and use it for my haste. Come away. The sun is high and we outwear the day.
Act 4, Scene 3. The English camp. Enter Gloucester, Bedford, Exeter, Eppingham, with all of his host, Salisbury, and Westmoreland. Apparently only Eppingham brought his host. Hopefully there's more men in England. There's more men for England.
Where is the king? And everybody else.
The king himself is rode to view their battle. Of fighting men, they have full score 3,000. They have full 3,000,000. That's 60,000.
What is his accent? Oh my god. There's 5-1. Besides, they are all fresh. I gotta get back into the voice.
God's arm strike with us. 'Tis fearful odds. Gods be with you, Princess all. I'll to my charge. If we no more meet till we meet in heaven, then joyfully my noble lord of Bedford, my dear Lord Gloucester, and my good Lord Exeter, and my kinsmen's warriors all, adieu.
Farewell, good Salisbury, and good luck go with thee.
Farewell, kind lord, fight valiantly today, and yet I do thee wrong to mind thee of it, but thou art framed of the firm truth of valor.
Exit Salisbury.
He is full of valor, as such of kindness, princely in both.
Enter the king.
Oh, that we now had here but 10,000 of those men in England that do no work today.
What's that he wishes so? My cousin, Westmoreland? No. My fair cousin, if we are marked to die, we are enow to do our country's loss, and if to live, the fewer men, the greater share of honor. God's will, I pray thee, wish not one man more. By Jove, I am not covetous for gold, nor care high who doth feed upon my cost. It yearns me not if men garments wear, such outward things dwell not in my desires. But if it be a sin to covet honor, I am the most offending soul alive. No, faith, my cause. Wish not a man from England God's peace. I would not lose such great an honor as one man more, methinks, would share from me for the best hope I have. Oh, do not wish one more. Rather proclaim it, Westmoreland, through my host, that he which hath no stomach to this fight, let him depart. His passport shall be made, and crowns for convoy put into his purse. We would not die of that man's company, that fears his fellowship to die with us. This day is called the Feast of Crispian. He that outlives this day and comes safe home will stand a tiptoe when the day is named, and rouse him at the name of Crispian. He that shall live this day and see old age will yearly on the vigil feast his neighbors, and say, tomorrow is St. Crispian's. Then he will strip his sleeves and show his scars, and say, these wounds I had on Crispian's day. Old men forget, yet all shall be forgot. But he'll remember with advantages what feats he did that day. Then shall our names. Familiar in his mouth as household words, Harry the King, Bedford and Exeter, Warwick and Talbot, Salisbury and Gloucester, be in their flowing cups freshly remembered. This story This story shall the good man teach his son, and Crispin Crispian shall ne'er go by from this day to the ending of the world. But we in it shall be remembered, we few, we happy few, we band of brothers. For he today that sheds his blood with me shall be my brother. But he ne'er so vile this day shall gentle his condition. And gentlemen, in England now abed shall think themselves accursed they were not here, and hold their manhoods cheap, whilst any speaks that fought with us upon St. Crispin's day.
Enter Salisbury.
My sovereign lord, bestow yourself with speed. The French are bravely in the battle set, and will with all expedients charge on us.
All things are ready, if our minds be so.
Perish the man whose mind is backward now.
Thou dost not wish more help for England, coz?
God's will. My liege, would you and I alone, without more help, could fight this royal battle?
Why, now this unwished 5,000 men. Which likes me better than to wish us one. Oof. Let me do that again. Why, now that thou hast unwished 5,000 men, which likes me better than to wish us one. You know your places. God be with you all.
Enter Montjoy.
Once more, I come to know of thee, King Harry. It is for thy ransom thou wilt now compound before thy most assured overthrow. For certainly thou art so near the gulf that thou needs must be englutted. Besides, in mercy, the constable desires thee. Thou wilt mind thy followers of repentance, that their souls may take a peaceful and a sweet retire from off these fields, where wretches their poor bodies must lie and fester.
Who had sent thee now?
The constable of France.
I pray thee, bear my former answer back. Bid them achieve me, and then sell my bones. Good God, why should they mock poor fellows thus? The man that once did sell the lion's skin while the beast lived was killed with hunting him. And many of our bodies shall no doubt find native graves, upon the which, I trust, shall witness live and brass of this day's work. And those that leave their valiant bones and friends dying like men, though buried in your dunghills, shall be famed. For there the sun shall greet them, and draw their honors reeking up to heaven, leaving their earthly parts to choke your clime, the smell whereof shall breed a plague in France. Mark them abounding valor in our English, that being dead, like to the bullets grazing, break out into a second course of mischief, killing and relapse of mortality. Let me speak proudly. Tell the constable we are but warriors for the working day. Our gayness and our guilt are all besmirched with rainy marching in the painful field. There's not a piece of feather in our host. Good argument, I hope we will not fly, and time hath worn us into slovenry. But by the mass, our hearts are in the trim, and my poor soldiers tell me, yet ere night they'll be in fresher robes, or they will pluck the gay new coats o'er the French soldiers' heads and turn them out of service. If they do this, as if, God please, they shall, my ransom then will soon be levied. Herald, save thou thy labor. Come thou no more for ransom, gentle herald. They shall have none, I swear. But these my joints, which if they have, as I will leave them, shall yeed them little, tell the constable.
I shall, King Harry. So fare thee well. Thou never shalt hear herald any more.
I fear thou'lt once more come again for ransom.
Enter York.
My lord, most humbly on my knee, I beg the leading of the vanward.
Take it, brave York. Now, soldiers, march away. And how thou pleasest God, dispose the day.
Act 4, Scene 4. The field of battle. Enter. Enter. Excursions. Pistol. Enter Pistol, a French soldier, and a boy. There are so many frickin' soldiers, I get confused. Sorry.
Yield, Kerr!
Je pense que vous êtes gentilhomme de bonne qualité.
Qualité calmi costume? Art thou a gentleman? What is thy name? Discuss.
Oh, Seigneur Dieu.
Oh, Signor Dew should be a gentleman. Perpend my words, O Signor Dew and Mark. O Signor Dew, thou diest on point of fox, except, O Signor, thou do give to me egregious ransom.
Oh, prenez miséricorde. Ayez pitié de moi.
Moi shall not serve. I will have 40 mois, or I will fetch thy rim out at thy throat in drops of crimson blood.
Est-il impossible d'échapper la force de ton bras?
Brass cur, thou damned luxurious mountain goat, offerest me brass?
Ah, pardonnez-moi!
Sayest thou me so? Is that a ton of moors? Come hither, boy. Ask me this slave in French what is his name.
Écoutez, et comment il vous appelle?
Monsieur le Fer.
He says his name is Master Fair.
Master Fair. I'll fare him and ferk him and ferret him. Discuss the same in French unto him.
I do not know the French for fair and ferret and ferk.
Bid him prepare, for I will cut his throat.
Que dit-il, monsieur?
Il m'a commandé de vous dire que vous faites-vous prêt? Car ces soldats ici disposent tout de cette ou de couper votre gorge.
Oh, a couple gorge, permafoy, peasant, unless thou give me crowns, brave crowns, or mangled shalt thou be by this sword.
Je vous supplie, pour l'amour de Dieu, me pardonnez. Je suis gentilhomme de bonne maison. Gardez ma vie, et je vous donnerai 200 écus.
And what's his words?
He prays you save his life. He is a gentleman of a good house, and for his ransom he will give you 200 crowns.
Oh, tell him my fury shall abate, and I the crowns will take.
Petit monsieur, que dit-il?
Encore qu'il est contre son jugement de pardonner et qu'on puisse n'aimons pas le et que vous l'avez promis et les content de vous donner la liberté et le franchisement.
Sur mes genoux, je vous donne 1000 remerciements, et je m'estime heureux que je suis tombé entre les mains d'un chevalier, je pense, le plus brave et vaillant et très distingué seigneur d'Angleterre.
Expound unto me, boy.
He gives you, upon his knees, 1,000 thanks, and he esteems himself happy that he has fallen into the hands of one, as he thinks, the most brave, valorous, and thrice-worthy seigneur of England.
As I suck blood, I will some mercy show. Follow me.
Suivez-vous le grand capitaine.
Exit pistol and the French soldier.
I never did know so full a voice issue from so empty a heart. But the saying is true, the empty vessel makes the greatest sound. Bardolph and Nym had 10 times more valor than this roaring devil. I love the old play, that every one might pare his nails with a wooden dagger, that they're both hanged. So would this be if he durst steal anything adventurously. I must stay with the lackeys, with the luggage of our camp. The French might have a good prey on us, and if you knew of it, well, there's none to guard it but boys.
Act 4, Scene 5. Another part of the field. Enter the Constable of France, Orléans, Bourbon, Dauphin, and Rembrandt.
Oh, diable.
Oh, Seigneur, le jour est pour deux. Tout est pour deux. Tout est pour deux.
Mort de ma vie! All is confounded, all! Reproach and everlasting shame, since mocking in our plumes. Oh, merchant fortune, do not run away.
Why, all our ranks are broke.
Oh, perdurable shame. Let's stab ourselves, be these wretches that we played dice for.
Is this the king we sent for his ransom? Bourbon.
Bourbon.
I don't know who had bourbon.
I've got some scotch.
I got a beer. Jim, take bourbon.
All right. Where is bourbon? Where do we begin drinking the bourbon?
Shame and eternal shame.
Shame and eternal shame. Shame and eternal shame, nothing but shame. Let us die in honor once more back again. And he that will not follow Bourbon now, let him go hence, and with his cap in hand, like a base Panderald, the chamber door was by a slave no gentler than my dog, his fairest daughter is contaminated.
Disorder that has spoiled us. Find us now. Let us on Ips go offer up our lives.
We are even now yet living in the field to smother up the English in our throngs, if any order might be brought upon.
The devil take order now. I'll go to the throng. And let life be short, else shame will be too long.
Act 4, Scene 6. Another part of the field. Enter King Henry and forces. Exeter and others. See? Henry brought his army. He knows what he's supposed to be doing.
Well have we done, thrice valiant countrymen, but all's not done. Yet keep the French to field.
Adelaide.
That's me, sorry. I was zoning out. The Duke of York commends him to your majesty.
Lives he, good uncle? Thrice within this hour I saw him down, thrice up again and fighting, from helmet to the spur all blood he was.
In which array a brave soldier doth he lie, gilding the plain, and by his bloody side, yoke fellow to his honour-earning wounds, the noble Earl of Suffolk also lies. Suffolk first died, and York, all haggled over, comes to him, where in gore he lay ensteeped, and takes him by the beard, kisses the gashes that bloodily did spawn upon his face, and cries aloud, Tarry, dear cousin Suffolk, my soul shall keep thine company to heaven. Tarry, sweet soul, for mine, then fly abreast, as in this glorious and well-foughten field we kept together in our chivalry. Upon these words I came and cheered him up. He smiled at me in the face, caught me his hand, and with the feeble gripe says, Dear my lord, commend my service to be sovereign. So he did. He turned over Suffolk's neck, he threw his wounded arm and kissed his lips, and so espoused to death with blood he sealed, a testament of noble ending love. The pretty and sweet manner of it forced those waters from me which I would have stopped, but I had not so much of man in me, and all my mother came into mine eyes and gave me up to tears.
I blame you not for hearing this. I must perforce compound with mistful eyes, or they will issue too. But hark! What new alarum is the same? The French have reinforced their scattered men. Then every soldier kill his prisoners. Give the word through.
Act 4, Scene 7. Another part of the field. Enter Llewellyn and Gower.
Build the boys and the luggage. 'Tis expressly against the laws of arms. 'Tis an arrant piece of knavery. Mark you now, as can be affirmed in your conscience now, is it not?
'Tis certain there's not a boy left alive, and the cowardly rascals that ran from the battle have done this slaughter. Besides, they have burned and carried away all that was in the king's tent, wherefore the king most worthily hath caused every soldier to cut his prisoner's throat. Or 'tis a gallant king.
Ay, he was born at Monmouth, Captain Gower. What call you the town's name where Alexander the Big was born?
Alexander the Great.
Why, I pray you, is not pig great? The pig, or great, or the mighty, or the huge, or the magnanimous are all one reckoning, save the phrase of little variations.
I think Alexander the Great was born in Macedon. His father was called Philip of Macedon, as I take it.
I think it is Macedon where Alexander is born, I tell you. Captain, if you look in the maps of the world, I warrant you shall find, in comparison between Macedon and Monmouth, that these situations, look you, is both alike. There is a river in Macedon, and there is also, moreover, a river in Monmouth. It is called the Wye at Monmouth, but it is out of my brains where the name of the other river. But 'tis all one. 'Tis alike in my fingers is my fingers. And that salmons in both. If you mark Alexander's life well, Harry, Monmouth's life come after it indifferent as well. For there's figures in all things. Alexander, God's knows, and you knows, in his rages and his furies, in his wraths and his chollers, and his moods, and his displeasures, and his indignations, and also the little intoxicates in his brains, did in ails of anger, look you, kill his best friend Cletus.
Our king is not like him in that. He never killed any of his friends.
It is not well done, mark you now, to take tales out of my mouth ere it made and finished. I speak but in figures and comparisons of it. Alexander kills his friend Cletus, being in his ales and in his cups. So also Harry Monmouth, being in his right wits and good judgments, turned away the fat knight with the great belly doublet. He was full of jests and gripes and knaveries and mocks. I have forgot his name.
Sir John Falstaff.
That he is, I tell you. There's a good man born at Monmouth.
Here comes His Majesty. Enter King Henry and forces. Warwick, Gloucester, Exeter, and others.
I was not angry since I came to France until this instant. Take a trumpet, herald. Ride thou unto the horsemen on yon hill. If they will fight with us, bid them come down, or void the field, they do offend our sight. If they'll do neither, we will come to them and make them scur away as swift as stones, enforced from the old Assyrian slings. Besides, we'll cut the throats of those we have, and not a man of them that we shall take shall taste our mercy. Go and tell them so.
Enter Montjoy.
Herald of the Fronts, my liege.
His eyes are humbler than they used to be.
Oh, now, what means this, herald? Knowest thou not that I have fined these bones of mine for ransom? Comest thou again for ransom?
No, great king, I come to thee for charitable license, that we may wander o'er this bloody field to look our dead and then to bury them, to sort our nobles from our common men, for many of our princes, oh, the while, lie drowned and soaked in mercenary blood. So do our vulgar drench their peasant limbs in blood of princes, and their wounded steeds fret fetlock deep in gore, and with wild rage jerk out of their armed heels at their dead masters, killing them twice. Oh, give us leave, great king, to view the field in safety and dispose of their dead bodies.
I tell thee truly, herald, I know not if the day be ours or no, for yet a many of your horsemen peer and gallop over the field.
The day is yours.
Praise be God, and not our strength for it. What is this castle called that stands hard by?
They call it Agincourt.
Then call we this the field of Agincourt, fought on the day of Crispin Crispianus.
Fluan. Fluellen. We can't hear you.
You might be both ways.
Welcome to live theatre, everyone. Remember always to pay your tax the quality and cure they desire.
Oh,
Both
there we
in-
go. I clipped out. There we
Okay.
go. Your grandfather, famous memory, at please, your majesty, your great uncle Edward, the Black Princess of Wales, as I have read in chronicles, fought most brave battle here in France.
They did, Fluelin.
Your majesty says it's very true. If your majesty is remembered of it, the Welshmen did good service in the garden where the leeks did grow, wearing leeks in their Monmouth caps, which your majesty note to this hour's honorable badge of service, and I do believe your majesty takes no scorn to wear the leek upon St. Taffy's Day.
I wear it for a memorable honor, for I am Welsh, you know, good countrymen.
All the water and wine cannot wash your majesty's Welsh fluid out of your body. I can tell you that. God bless it and preserve it as long as it pleases grace and his majesty too.
Thank you, good my countrymen.
By Jesus, I am your majesty's countryman. I care not who knows it. I will confess it is all the world. I need not be ashamed of your majesty. Praise be God, so long as your majesty is an honest man.
God keep me so. Our heralds go with them. Bring me just notice of the numbers dead on both our parts. Call yonder fellow hither.
Soldier, you must come to the king.
Soldier, why wearest thou that glove and thy cap?
And please your majesty, 'tis the gage of one that I should fight withal if he be alive.
An Englishman.
And to please your majesty, a rascal that swaggered with me last night, who, if alive and ever dared to challenge this glove, I have sworn to take him a box over the ear. If I could see my glove in his cap, which he swore as he was a soldier, he would wear it. He would wear if alive. I will strike it out soundly.
Well, thank you, Captain Fulin. Is it fit this soldier keep his oath?
He's a craven and a villain else, at please your majesty, in my conscience.
It may be his enemy is a gentleman of great sort, quite from the answer of his degree.
Though he be as good a gentleman as the devil is, as Lucifer, as Beelzebub himself, it is necessary. Look your grace, that he keep his vow and his oath. If he be perjured, see you now his reputation as an errant villain and as a jacksaws, as ever black shoe trod upon God's ground and his earth, in my conscience.
Then keep thy vow, sirrah, when thou meetest the fellow.
I will, my liege, as I live.
Who serves thou under?
Under Captain Gower, my liege.
Gower is a good captain, and his good knowledge and literature in the wars.
Call him hither to me, soldier.
I will, my liege.
Here, Fulin, wear thou this favor for me, and stick it in thy cap. When Alençon and myself were down together, I plucked this glove from his helm. If any man challenge this, he is a friend to Alençon and an enemy to our person. If thou encounter any such, apprehend him, and thou dost me love.
Your grace does me great honors, as I can be desired in hearts of his subjects. I would fain to see the man that has but 2 legs, that shall find himself aggrieved at this glove. That is all. But I would fain to see it once, and please God is great that I might see.
Now's thou Gower.
He is my dear friend, and please you.
Pray thee, go seek him, and bring him to my tent.
I will fetch him.
My lord of Warwick and my brother Gloucester, follow Fulin closely at the heels. The glove which I have given him for a favor may happily purchase him a box of the year. It is the soldiers. I by bargain should wear it myself. Follow, good cousin Warwick. If that soldier strike him as I judge, by his blunt bearing he will keep his word. Some sudden mischief may arise of it. For I do know Fulin valiant, and touched with choler, hot as gunpowder, and quickly will return an injury. Follow and see there be no harm between them. Go you with me, Uncle of Exeter.
Act 4, Scene 8, before King Henry's pavilion. Enter Glower and Williams.
I warrant it is tonight, you captain.
God's will and his pleasure, captain. I beseech you now, I come apace to the king. There is more good towards you, peradventure, than is in your knowledge to dream of.
Sir, know you this glove?
Know the glove. I know the glove is a glove.
I know this, and thus I challenge it.
Blood errant traitor as any's in the universe world, or France, or in England.
How now, sir, you villain?
Do you think I'll be forsworn?
Stand away, Captain Gower. I will give treason his payments into plows. I warrant you.
I am no traitor.
That's a lie in thy throat, and I charge you in his majesty's name, apprehend him. He is a friend of Duke Elegant.
Enter Warwick and Gloucester. Jim, you're Warwick.
Am I? Okay. How now? What's the matter?
My lord Warwick, here is, praise be God for it, the most contagious treason come to light. Look you, as you shall desire in your summer's day.
Enter King Henry and Exeter. Well, sorry.
Oh, now, what's the matter?
My liege, there is a villain and a traitor that, look, your grace, he has stuck his glove on which your majesty is to take out of the helmets of Alençon.
Oh, that's Williams. My liege, this was my glove. Here is the fellow of it, and he that I gave it to in change promised to wear it in his cap. I promised to strike him if he did. I met this man with my glove in his cap, and I have been as good as my word.
Your majesty, here now, saving your majesty's manhood. What an errant rascal, beggarly, lousy knave it is. I hope your majesty is prepared to me a testimony and a witness, and will avouchment that this is the glove of Alençon, that your majesty is given me in your conscience now.
Give me thy glove, soldier. Look, Here's the fellow of it. 'Twas I, indeed. Thou promised to strike, and thou hast given me most bitter terms.
And please, your majesty, let his neck answer for it, if there is any martial law in the world.
How canst thou make me satisfaction?
All offences, my lord, come from the heart. Never came any from mine that might offend your majesty.
It was ourself thou didst abused.
Your majesty came not like yourself. You appeared to me but as a common man. Witness the night, your garments, your lowliness, and what your highness suffered under that shape. I beseech you take it for your own fault, not mine. For had you been as I took you for, I made no offense. Therefore, I beseech your highness, pardon me.
Here, Uncle Exeter, fill this glove with crowns and give it to this fellow. Keep it, fellow, and wear it for an honor in thy cap. Till I do challenge it, give him the crowns, and, Captain, you must needs to be friend with him.
By this day and this light, the fellow has metal enough in his belly. Hold, there's 12 pence for you, and I pray you serve God, keep it out of your prowls and pravels and quarrels and dissensions, and I warn you, it is better for you.
I will none of your money.
It is goodwill. I can tell you will serve you to mend your shoes. Come, wherefore should you be so bashful? Your shoes is not good. 'Tis good stilling. I warrant you, or I'll change it.
Enter an English herald.
Now, Harold, what are the dead numbered?
Here's the number of the spotted French.
What prisoners of good sort are taken, uncle?
Charles, Duke of Orleans, nephew to the king, John Duke of Bourbon, and Lord Boussequal, of other lords and barons, knights and squires, full 1,500 besides common men.
This note doth tell me of 10,000 French that in the field lie slain, of princes in this number, and nobles bearing banners. There lie dead 126, added to these of knights, esquires, and gallant gentlemen, 8,400, of the which 500 were but yesterday's dubbed knights, so that in these 10,000 they have lost. There are but 1,600 mercenaries, the rest of princes, barons, lords, knights, squires, and gentlemen of blood and quality. The names of those their nobles that lie dead: Charles de la Breth, High Constable of France; Jacques de Chatillon, Admiral of France; the Master of the Crossbows, Lord Rambures, Great Master of France; the brave Sir Guichard Dauphin; John, Duke of Alencon; Anthony, Duke of Brabant; the brother of the Duke of Burgundy; and Edward, Duke of Bar; of lusty Earls Grandpré and Roussy, Fauconbert and Foix, Beaumont and Marle, Vaudemont and Lestrade. Here was a royal fellowship of death. Where's the number of our English dead?
It's just another copy. Sorry.
No, that's okay. Just give me the paper. Thanks.
The herald offers another paper.
Oh, okay, good. Yep, thank you. Edward, the Duke of York, the Earl of Suffolk, Sir Richard Kitley, David Gam, Esquire, none else of name, and of all other men, 25. Oh God, thy arm was here, and not to us, but to thy arm alone ascribe we all. When, without stratagem, but in plain shock and even play of battle, was ever one so great in little loss on one part or on the other? Take it, God, for it is none but thine.
'Tis wonderful.
Come, go in procession to the village, and be a death proclaimed through our host to boast of this, and take the praise from God, which is his only.
Is it not lawful, and please your majesty, to tell how many is killed?
Yes, Captain, but with this acknowledgement that God fought for us.
Yes, my conscience. He did us good, great good.
Do we all holy rites? Let there be sung a non nobis and Te Deum. The dead with charity enclosed in clay, and then to Calais, and to England then, where ne'er from France arrived more happy men.
Enter the chorus to recite the prologue.
Let's say to those that have not read the story that I may prompt them, and of such as have, I humbly pray them to admit the excuse of time, of numbers, and due course of things, which cannot in their huge and proper life be here presented. Now we bear the king toward Calais, grant him there seen, heave him away upon your winged thoughts athwart the sea. Behold, the English beach pales in the flood with men, with wives and boys, whose shouts and claps out voice the deep-mouthed sea. which, like a mighty whiffler for the king, seems to prepare his way. So let him land, and solemnly see him set on to London. So swift a pace hath thought that even now you may imagine him upon Blackheath, where that his lords desire him to have borne his bruised helmet and his bended sword before him through the city. He forbids it, being free from vainness and self-glorious pride, giving full trophy, signal, and ostent quite from himself to God. But now behold, in the quick forge and working house of thought, how London doth pour out her citizens. The mayor and all his brethren in best sort, like to the senators of the antique Rome, with the plebeians swarming at their heels, go forth and fetch their conquering Caesar in, as by a lower but loving likelihood, were now the general of our gracious empress, as in good time he may, from Ireland coming, bringing rebellion broached on his sword. How many would the peaceful city quit to welcome him? Much more and much more cause did they this harry. Now in London place him, as yet the lamentation of the French invites the King of England stay at home. The Emperor is coming in behalf of France to order peace between them, and admit all the occurrences, whatever chanced till Harry's back, return again to France. There must we bring him, and myself have played the interim, by remembering you 'tis past. Then brook abridgment, and your eyes advance, after your thoughts, straight back to France.
Act 5, Scene 1. France. The English camp. Enter Llewellyn and Gower. Nay, that's right. But why wear you your leek today? St. Davy's Day is past.
There is occasion and cause, and why and wherefore of all things. I will tell you, I will tell you as my friend Captain Gower. The rascal is called beggarly, lousy, pragging knave pistol, which you and yourself and all the world know to be no better than a fellow, look you now, of no merit. He is come to me and brings me on my head and salt yesterday, look you, and bid me to eat my leek. It was in a place where I could not breed no contention with him, but I will be so bold as to wear it on my cap till I see him once again, and then I will tell him a little piece of my desires.
Enter Pistol. Why, here he comes, swelling like the turkey cock.
'Tis no matter for his swellings nor his turkey cocks. God press you, ancient Pistol, you scurvy, lousy knave, God bless you.
Ha! Art thou bedlam? Dost thou thirst, base Trojan, to have me fold up Parker's fatal web? Hence I'm qualmish at the smell of a leek.
I beseech you heartily, scurvy, lousy knave, and at my desires, at my request, and my petitions to eat, look you, this leek, because, look you, you do not love it, nor your affections, and your appetites, and your digestions does not agree with it. I would desire you to eat it.
Not for Cadwalla and all his goats.
There's one gold for you. Strikes him. Will you be so good, scald knave, as to eat it?
And base Trojan, thou shalt die.
You say very true, scald knave, what's God's will is. I will desire you to live in the meantime. Eat your victuals. Come there, sauce for it. Whack. You called me yesterday mountain squire, but I will make you today a squire of a low degree. I pray you fall to. If you can mock a leek, you can eat a leek.
Enough, Captain. You've astonished him.
I say I will make him eat some part of my leek, or I'll beat his pate for 4 days. Bite, I pray you. It is good for your green moon and your bloody coxcomb.
Must I bite?
Yes, certainly, and out of doubt and out of question too, and ambiguities.
By this leek I will most horribly revenge. I eat and eat, I swear.
Eat, I pray you. Will you have some more sauce with your leek? There is not enough leek to swear by.
Quiet thy cudgel. Thou dost see I eat.
Much good you do, scald knave, heartily. Nay, pray you throw none away. The skin is good for your broken coxcomb. When you take occasion to see leeks hereafter, I pray you mock at 'em. That is all.
Good.
Ay, any leek is good, hold you. There goat to heal your pate.
Me groat.
Yes, verily, and in truth you shall take it, or I'll have another leek in my pocket, which you shall eat.
I take thy groat in earnest of revenge.
If I owe you anything, I'll pay you in cudgels. You shall be a woodmonger and buy nothing of me but cudgels. God be with you, and keep your heel on your pate.
All hell shall stir for this.
Go. Go, you are a counterfeit cowardly knave. Will you mock at an ancient tradition begun upon an honorable and respect, worn as a memorable trophy of predecessed valor, and dare not avouch in your deeds any of your words? I have seen you gleeking and galling at this gentleman twice or thrice. You thought because he could not speak English in the native garb, he could not therefore handle the English cudgel. You'll find it otherwise, and henceforth let a Welsh correction teach you a good English condition. Fare you well.
Doth fortune play the huswife with me now? News have I that my Nell is dead i' the spittle of my Lady of France, and there my rendezvous is quite cut off. Old I do wax, and from my weary limbs honour is cudgelled. Well, bored I'll turn, and something lean to cut purse or quick hand. To England I will steal, and there I'll steal, and patches will I get unto these cudgelled scars, and swear I got them in the Gallia Wars.
Act 5, Scene 2. France, Royal Palace. Enter, at one door, King Henry, Exeter, Bedford, Gloucester, Warwick, Westmoreland, and other lords. At the other, the French King, Queen Isabel, the Princess Catherine, Alice, and other ladies, the Duke of Burgundy, and his train. Henry is apparently struck mute by the beauty of Catherine.
I keep forgetting which mute button I press, if it's Zoom or the mic. Peace to this meeting, wherefore we are met. Unto our brother friends and to our sister, health and fair time of day, joy and good wishes to our most fair and priestly cousin Catherine. And as a branch and member of this royalty by whom this great assembly is contrived, we do salute you, Duke of Burgundy. And princes, French, and peers, health to you all.
Right joyous are we to behold your face, most worthy brother England, fairly met. So are you, princes English, every one.
Good day, and of this gracious meeting, as we are now glad to behold your eyes which hitherto have borne in them against the French, that let them in their bent, the fatal balls of murdering basilisks, the venom of such looks we fairly hope have lost their quality, and that this day shall change all griefs and quarrels into love.
To cry amen to that, thus we appear.
You English princes all, I do salute you.
Unmuted. My duty both of you on equal love, great kings of France and England, that I have labored with all my wits, my pains, and strong endeavors to bring the most imperial magic unto this bar and royal interview. Your mightiness on both parts best can witness. Since then my office hath so far prevailed that the face-to-face royal eye-to-eye you have congregated. Let it not disgrace me if I demand before this royal view what rub or what impediment there is, why the naked, poor, and mangled peace. Dear nurse of the arts, plenties and joyful births should not be in the best garden of this world. Oh my god. This world. Fertile France, put up your lovely visages. Alas, she hath of France too long been chaste, and all her husbands doth lie in heaps, corrupting it in its own fertility. Her vines, the merry cheerer for the heart, unpruned dies, her hedges even unpleached. Like prisoners wildly overgrown with hair, put forth disordered twigs. Her foul leaves the darnel, hemlock, and rank fumitory doth root upon, which that coulter rust, and should deraciate such savagery. The evermead that erst brought sweetly forth the freckled cowslip, burnt green clover, wanting the scythe, withal uncorrected rank, conceived by idleness, and nothing teems but hateful docks, rough thistles, kexies, burrs, losing both beauty and utility. As our vineyards, fallows, meads, hedges, defected in their nature, grow wildness, even so our houses and ourselves children have lost, or do not learn from want time. Sciences that should become our country, but grow like savages, so as soldiers will, that nothing do but meditate on blood, to swearing and stern looks, diffuse attire, and everything that seems unnatural, which to reduce in our former favor, you assembled, and my speech entreats, that I may know the let wide gentle peace should not expel these inconveniences, and bless us with her former qualities.
If Duke of Burgundy you would the peace, whose want gives growth to the imperfections which you have cited, you must buy that peace with full accord to all of our just demands, whose tenors and particular effects you have enscheduled briefly in your hands.
The king hath heard them, to the which yet there is no answer made.
Well, then the peace which you would before so urge lies in his answer.
I have but with a cursory eye o'erglanced the articles. Pleaseth your grace to appoint some of your council presently to sit with us once more, with better heed to resurvey them. We will suddenly pass our accept and peremptory answer.
Brother, we shall. Go, Uncle Exeter, and Brother Clarence, and you, Brother Gloucester, Warwick, and Huntingdon, go with the king. And take with you free power to ratify, augment, or alter as your wisdom's best shall see advantageable for our dignity. Anything in or out of our demands, and will consign thereto. Will you, fair sister, go with the princes, or stay here with us?
Buttons again. Our gracious brother, I will go with them. Haply a woman's voice may do some good, when articles too nicely urged be stood on.
Yet leave our cousin Catherine here. She is our capital demand, comprised within the forerank of our articles.
She hath good leave.
Exit all except Harry, Henry, Catherine, and Alice.
Fair Catherine, and most fair, will you vouchsafe to teach a soldier terms, such as will enter a lady's ear, and plead his love suit to her gentle heart?
Your Majesty shall mock at me. I cannot speak your England.
Oh, fair Catherine, if you will love me soundly with your French heart, I will be glad to hear you confess it brokenly with your English tongue. Do you like me, Kate?
Pardonnez-moi, I cannot tell what is like me.
An angel is like you, Kate, and you are like an angel.
Qui dit-elle? Qui je semble à la lézangue?
Oui, vraiment. Savez-vous ainsi dit-il?
I said so, dear Catherine, and I must not blush to affirm it.
Oh, bon Dieu, les langues de hommes sont pleines de travers.
What says she, fair one? That the tongues of men are full of deceits?
Oui, that the tongues of the man is be full of deceits. That is the princess.
The princess is the better English woman. In faith, Kate, my wooing is fit for thy understanding. I am glad thou canst speak no better English, for if thou couldst, thou wouldst find me such a plain king that thou wouldst think I have sold my farm to buy my crown. I know no ways to mince it in love, but directly to say I love you. Then if you urge me farther than to say do you in faith, I wear out my suit. Give me your answer, in faith do, and so clap hands in a bargain. How say you, lady?
Sauf votre honneur may understand well.
Marry, if you would put me to verses or to dance for your sake, Kate, why you undid me? For the one I have neither words nor measure, and for the other I have no strength in measure, yet a reasonable measure in strength. If I could win a lady at leapfrog, or by vaulting into my saddle with my armor on my back, under the correction of bragging be it spoken, I should quickly leap into a wife. Or if I might buffet for my love, or bound my horse for her favors, I could lay on like a butcher, and sit like a jackanapes, never off. But before God, Kate, I cannot look greenly, nor gasp out of eloquence, nor I have no cunning in protestation, only downright oaths, which I never use till urged, nor never break for urging. If thou canst love a fellow of this temper, Kate, whose face is not worth sunburning, that never looks in his glass for love of anything he sees there, let thine eye be thy cook. I speak to thee, plain soldier. If thou canst love me for this, take me. If not, to say to thee that I shall die is true. But for thy love, by the Lord, no. Yet I love thee too. And while thou livest, dear Kate, take a fellow of plain and uncoined constancy, for he perforce must do thee right, because he hath not the gift to woo in other places. For these fellows of infinite tongues, that can rhyme themselves into ladies' favors, they do always reason themselves out again. What? A ballad speaker is but a prater, a rhyme is but a ballad. A good leg would fall, a straight back will stoop, a black beard will turn white, a curled pate will grow bald, a fair face will wither, a full eye with wax hollow. But a good heart, Kate, is the sun and the moon. Or rather, the sun, and not the moon, for it shines bright and never changes, but keeps its course truly. If thou would have such a one, take me. And take me, take a soldier. Take a soldier, take a king. And what sayst thou then to my love? Speak, my fair, and fairly, I pray thee.
Is it possible that I should love the enemy of France?
No. It is not possible you should love the enemy of France, Kate, but in loving me, you should love the friend of France. For I love France so well that I will not part with a village of it. I will have it all mine. And Kate, when France is mine and I am yours, then yours is France, and you are mine.
I cannot tell what is that.
No, Kate. I will tell thee in French, which I am sure will hang upon my tongue like a new married wife upon her husband's neck, hardly to be shook off. Je compte sur la possession de France, et quand vous avez la possession de moi, let me see what then. Saint Denis be my speed. Donc, votre est France, et vous êtes mienne. It is as easy for me, Kate, to conquer the kingdom as to speak so much more French. I shall never move thee in French unless it's to be laughed at.
Sauf votre honneur, le français, le François que vous parlez, il est meilleur que l'anglais lequel je parle.
No, faith, it's not, Kate. But thy speaking of my tongue and I thine, most truly falsely must needs be granted to me to be much at one. But Kate, dost thou understand thus much English? Canst thou love me?
I cannot tell.
Can any of your neighbors tell, Kate? I'll ask them. Come. I know thou lovest me, and at night, when you come into your closet, you'll question this gentle woman about me. And I know, Kate, you will to her dispraise those parts in me that you love with your heart. But good Kate, mock me mercifully. The rather gentle princess, because I love thee cruelly. If ever thou be'st mine, Kate, as I have a saving faith within me tells me thou shalt, I get thee with scambling, and thou shalt therefore needs prove a good soldier breeder. Shall not thou and I, between St. Denis and St. George, compound a boy, half French, half English, that shall go to Constantinople and take the Turk by the beard? Shall we not? What sayst thou, my fair fleur de lis?
I do not know that.
No. 'Tis hereafter to know, but now to promise. Do but now promise, Kate, you will endeavor for your French part of such a boy, and for my English moiety take the word of a king and a bachelor. How answer you, la plus belle Catherine du monde? Mon très cher et devant déesse.
Your Majesty of forcé French enough to deceive the most sage demoiselle that is in France.
Now, fie upon my false French. By mine honor, in true English, I love thee, Kate. By which honor I dare not swear thou lovest me. Yet my blood begins to flatter me that thou dost, notwithstanding the poor and untempering effect of my visage. Now beshrew my father's ambition. He was thinking of civil wars when he got me. Therefore was I created with a stubborn outside, with an aspect of iron, that, when I come to woo ladies, I fright them. But in faith, Kate, the elder I wax, the better I shall appear. My comfort is that old age, till ill layer of beauty, can do no more spoil upon my face. Thou hast me. If thou hast me at the worst, and thou shalt wear me. If thou shalt wear me, better and better, and therefore tell me, most fair Catherine, will you have me? Put off your maiden blushes, avouch the thoughts of your heart with the looks of an empress. Take me by the hand and say, Harry of England, I am thine. Which word thou shalt no sooner bless mine ear withal, but I will tell thee aloud, England is thine, Ireland is thine, France is thine, and Harry Plantagenet is thine. Who though I speak it before his face, if he be not fellow with the best king, thou shalt find the best king in good fellows. Come. Your answer in broken music, for thy voice is music and thy English broken. Therefore, Queen of all, Catherine, break thy mind to me in broken English. Wilt thou have me?
That is as shall please the roi mon père.
Nay, it will please him well, Kate. It shall please him, Kate.
Then it shall also quant à moi.
Upon that I kiss your hand, and I call you my queen.
Laissez, monseigneur, laissez. Ma foi, je ne veux pas que vous abattez votre grandeur en baissant la main dans un de votre seigneur indigné, ça veut dire, écoutez-moi, je vous supplie, mon très suppléant seigneur.
Then I will kiss your lips, Kate.
Les dames et demoiselles peuvent être bassins devant leur norches. Il n'est-ce pas la coutume de France.
Madam, my interpreter, what says she?
That it is not the fashion for the ladies of France. I cannot tell what is better in English.
To kiss.
Your Majesty entend better que moi.
It is not a fashion for the maids in France to kiss before they are married, would she say?
Oui, vraiment.
Oh, Kate. Nice customs curtsy the great kings. Dear Kate, you and I cannot be confined within the weak list of our country's fashion. We are the makers of manners, Kate, and the liberty that follows our places stops the mouth of all fine faults, as I will do yours. For upholding the nice fashion of your country is denying me a kiss. Therefore, patiently and yielding. You have witchcraft in your lips, Kate. There is more eloquence in a sugar touch of them than in the tongues of the French council, and they should sooner persuade Harry of England than a general petition of monarchs. Ah, shit, here comes your father.
Re-enter the French king and his queen, Burgundy, and other lords.
God save you, your majesty, my royal cousin. Teach you our princess English?
I would have her learn, my fair cousin, how perfectly I love her. And that is good English.
Is she not apt?
Our tongue is rough, cuz, and my condition is not smooth, so that, having neither the voice nor the heart of flattery about me, I cannot so conjure up the spirit of love in her, that he will appear in his true likeness.
Pardon the frankness of my mirth if I answer you for that. If you would conjure in her, you must make a circle. If you conjure up love in her, if you conjure up love in her in his true likeness, he must appear naked and blind. Can you blame her then, being a maid yet rose over with the virgin crimson of modesty, if she denied the appearance of a naked blind boy in her naked seeing self? It were, my lord, a hard condition for a maid to consign to.
Yet they do wink and yield as love is blind and enforces.
They are then excused, my lord, when they see not what they do.
Then, my good lord, teach your cousin to consent winking.
I will wink on her. I will wink on her consent, my lord, if you will teach her. If you will teach her to know my meaning. For maids, well summered and warm kept, are like flies in at Bartholomew tide. Blind though they have their eyes, and they will endure handling, which before would not abide looking on.
This moral ties me over to time in a hot summer, and so I shall catch the fly, your cousin, in the latter end, and she must be blind too.
As love is, my lord, for it loves.
It is so, and you may, some of you, thank love for my blindness, who cannot see many a fair French city, for one fair French maid that stands in my way.
You didn't have too much trouble seeing it earlier. Yes, my lord, you see them you see them prospectively. The city's turned into a maid, for they are all girdled with maiden walls that war hath never entered.
Shall Kate be my wife?
So please you.
I am content. So the maiden cities you talk of may wait on her, and so the maid that stood in the way for my wish shall show me the way to my will.
We have consented to all terms of reason.
Is it so, my lords of England?
The king hath granted every article, his daughter first, and then in sequel all, according to their firm proposed natures.
He hath not yet subscribed this, where your majesty demands that the king of France, having any occasion to write for matter of grant, shall name your highness in this form and with this addition in French. Notre très cher fils Henri, roi d'Angleterre, héritier de France, and thus in Latin, pre clarissimus filius nostri Henricus rex Angliae, et Harris Franciae. I don't know. My French is very Latin. Whatever. Fuck it.
No, nor these I have not, brother. So denied. As it is quite ponderous. But your request shall make me let it pass.
I pray you then, in love and dear alliance, let that one article rank with the rest, and thereupon give me your daughter.
Take her, fair son. And from her blood raise up issue to me, that the contending kingdoms of France and England, whose very shores look pale with envy of each other's happiness, may cease their hatred, and this their dear conjunction plant neighborhood and Christian-like accord in their sweet bosoms, that never war advance his bleeding sword twixt England and fair France.
Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Yay. Now, welcome Kate, and bear me witness all, that here I kiss her as my sovereign queen.
Isabel.
I, God, the best maker of all marriages, combine your hearts in one, your realms in one. As man and wife, being two, are one in love. So be there twixt your kingdoms such a spousal, that may never ill office or foul jealousy, which troubles off the bed of blessed marriage, thrust in between the paction of these kingdoms, to make divorce of their incorporate league, that English may as French Englishmen, receive each other. God speak this, Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Prepare we for our marriage, on which day, my lord of Burgundy, will take your oath, and all the peers for surety of our leagues. Then shall I swear to Kate, and you to me. And may our oaths be well kept and prosperous be.
Exit everyone, enter the chorus.
Thus far, with rough and All unable pen, our bending author hath pursued the story in little room confining mighty men, mangling by starts the full course of their glory. Small time, but in that small most greatly lived the Star of England. Fortune made his sword, by which the world's best garden be achieved, and of it left his son imperial lord. Henry VI, in infant bands crowned King of France and England, did this king succeed, whose states so many had the managing that they lost France and made his England bleed, which oft our stage hath shown, and for their sake, in your fair minds let this acceptance take.
And with that, the curtain falls on Henry V, the history thereof. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for helping me do my favorite of the history plays. We're going to go around and say where you can find everyone, what they're doing, all of these good things. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And we're going to start with Adelaide. Hey.
Yes, that was fantastic. I love Henry V. I'm Adelaide Gardner, or Adelaide on Twitter. It's a fun announcement. We just released our very first game called Monsters of Merca, which is a 5e supplemental. It is up on Drive-Thru RPG right now. There's links on my Twitter. Go get it. It's $10. Have lots of fun and make political jokes and hang out with fantasy celebrities and all the other shit. Really fun. We spent a lot of work on it, so check it out. Yeah. I'm also seriously hungry. I'm surprised y'all can't hear my stomach growling through the microphone.
Well, next up we have Shauna. Shauna, go next. Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Oh, this was so much fun, and I managed to escape most of the French, which I'm very happy because no one wants to hear me butcher that. I can barely read it. But Flying Serious on Twitter. I post my art there. I've been doing bunch of overlays of character art for streams the last couple months, and you can catch those there, as well as the streams I'm in throughout the week, including Power Scar RPG on Saturdays. We're restarting the group that we play in Tomb of Annihilation are now graduate to higher level and are doing like high level dungeons, so that should be fun. Bunch of deadly stuff. And then on Mondays it's Encounter Roleplay. It's the this weekend's gonna be the finale of the Crown Lens. I'm afraid. I almost died drowning last session. And there's blood magic, so hey, should be interesting.
Always fun when there's blood magic and drowning in the Song of Ice and Fire. I'm sure it will go well. Next up, Simon. Hey, thank you again for being here. Thank you for playing Plantagenet Kings. Thank you for doing a bunch of French with us. We appreciate it.
It was awesome. Thanks for having me. I'm Simon at Wandering DM. You can find me tonight on my channel as twitch.tv/Wandering DM as we play Dragon Age, and I play a very, very thirsty boy. And then you can find Adelaide, Deirdre, and myself tomorrow over on Wandering DM as we continue our game of Cyberpunk Red in the Cyberpunk universe. And I still have the hiccup.
But you did a wonderful job trying to seduce a French girl, even with the hiccups. Very entertainingly. Jim!
Hey!
Thank you again.
Thank you. This was great. I do enjoy Henry V quite a bit. So it was awesome getting to read through it. Somehow I managed not to talk to myself throughout this whole thing. That was amazing. But that was first time for everything. No, that was very cool though. And maybe next time I'll have conversations with myself. But this was a lot of fun playing these different glorious characters, and I really appreciate it. As for me, I'm Jim Ryan. I am Otherdoc. That's OTHERDOC on both Twitch and Twitter. My website is jim.com, where I have various podcasts and musings and links to projects and what have you, and game signups. And over on my channel, tonight we are starting our short campaign of The Sprawl, which is a cyberpunk game powered by the apocalypse. On Saturday nights, I run Invisible Sun. On Sundays, I do one-shots in the afternoons. This Sunday, it's going to be Weird Wars, a Savage Worlds game. And Sunday nights we have our we have our regular dark matter campaign, Ghosts of Saltmaw, Ghosts of Saltmarsh in Space, run by Alyssa. And then on Tuesdays, right now on my channel in the afternoons, we are finishing up a short campaign of Alas Vegas, which is a sort of a round robin game. Different people take the dealer's seat running the game in a sort of a surreal, hellish Vegas. And then on Tuesday nights this month, we have our short campaign of Monster of the Week that I'm running. On Wednesday nights, we're trying to get back to doing our Masks campaign run by Mo Thulu, and those are basically all the things that are happening right now. More will be happening soon as I start suddenly appearing on other channels as well. But I will discuss that at a later time. Thank you so very much. This was glorious.
Thank you again for coming. We appreciate you. We love that you were here for this, and we'll find you more time to talk to yourself later. It'll happen again. It happens. And last but certainly not least, Kate. Thank you, Kate.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I love this place so much. I keep saying that. Simon, thank you for being so forgiving, and everybody else for being so forgiving of those accents. I apologize. There's a reason why I don't do them, and today you heard why. My name is Kat or Kate. I love all the Kates. Shakespeare's Kates are the best Kates.
All the best Kates.
All the best Kates. I'm at Cleric of Court. That's where you can find me on Twitter, or when I'm watching different streams, watching my friends play games on the internet when I'm not playing games on the internet with my friends. If you're looking for me soon, you can actually see me here in about 15 minutes as I pop over into another stream on the Lawful Geeks channel to play some Shadowrun 6th edition. We've managed to pull off our first heist, but I think the man is about to catch up with us. So if you want to come check us out, see what happens to my Street Samurai or my Street Shaman, you're invited there. And then next week, Wednesday, hopefully we return with our Masks game and see what the crew's going to be getting up to. Thank you again, Dee, for this. You're amazing. All of you are amazing. This has been a memory that I will cherish. Thank you.
Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for helping us through this wonderful production. And as for me, you can find me tomorrow. Suddenly worried that everybody froze. So you can find me tonight over on Wandering DM for Dragon Age. And we'll be back here tomorrow as we finish out our week of Shakespeare with Hamlet. The full thing. We're doing it all. Be prepared. It's a long thing. It takes a while. And then Friday, as Simon said, over on Wandering DM for Cyberpunk. But you can also, if you ever missed a live performance, I am slowly but surely uploading them all to YouTube. I am figuring out this YouTube thing. It's coming. You can go back and look at the hilarity and fun that we've been having with all of these. And other than that, please check my Twitter because I post where we're going to be. And we're going to go ahead and say farewell for today and have a wonderful day. Bye, y'all.